Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time, kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Okay. What's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome, one and all. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Good afternoon. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here, too.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora will be joining us momentarily. You know, there's always some delays when you're traveling. She's going to be in here today because, well, everybody's out this weekend. You're out tonight.
Yeah, tonight.
She's out tomorrow. I'm out tomorrow.
Well, I'm out tomorrow, too. You're out tomorrow, too.
Very busy this weekend.
And then I'm headlining Hilarities on Sunday, doing that reverse crowd work show that I was talking about. That should be fun.
Poundcake's back in Studio G.
He'll be out tomorrow.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
You got a gig tomorrow, too?
No, I'm helping Bill at the door.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
He's paying you $50.
Mm-hmm.
50 smackers.
I'd
Right.
love to pay you 50 smacks.
Could you imagine if Poundcake meets the love of his life working the door at your show?
There's a chance.
I mean,
in Willoughby, there might be some guy that just checks those boxes that he likes where they're like a DL, maybe a little bit more conservative politically, but Poundcake likes those guys.
He really does.
Really like manly man.
Yeah, he likes to dance with the devil in the pale moonlight.
And he's just sending you those messages through his eyes.
Their dad's a little racist, and they feel, intrigued by dating a man of color.
Yes,
Look how it boils
yeah.
my blood. That's the type of stuff I like. That's star-crossed lovers right there. Like, so you got to have a 4-acre farm. Or, like a 40-acre farm. It's like, you need to go all the way back to the wood line, and I'll meet you there when my dad falls asleep.
The tree line.
They don't.
What is this? The 1700s? Yeah,
He helps his dad with his crops. They are a small farm.
He's doing horny slave cosplay, is what he's doing. Wow, you're going back a ways.
Whatever gets people through it,
I guess so.
You follow the moonlight. And that will lead you to my porch.
And he's all spread out in a field, in a clearing in the field. No, imagine he meets somebody who's so awesome. All of a sudden, Poundcake finds himself hauling ass to Willoughby on the regular. That would be pretty wild.
Yeah.
Because at this point, you don't want to go up the street to hang out with somebody. Unless you're really feeling it. But, man, if you meet somebody, when's the show, tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. There's 7 tickets left. You want to come out?
You could be, somebody gets the very last ticket. That person could be looking for a way out, too, from their family's backward, right-wing, whatever,
Listen,
right?
I don't know if you're into this. I have a kid, but I don't love him. I'm looking, for a partner to share my life with.
Wait, what do you mean? I have a kid, but I don't love him. What's that got to do? Why does that make it better?
Because he doesn't want to be responsible.
Kids? Gay men don't want kids right away.
I don't know if you noticed. There seem to be a lot of gay men who want kids.
Yeah, but they're settled gays. They're not circuit
not
party
dating gays. I see.
Yeah,
he wants to be with someone and then settle down together. But he wants them to have some wild years together before they start doing kid stuff.
And I have one friend who he wasn't out, obviously. I was going to say he wasn't gay, but he wasn't out. But he dated his high school sweetheart, and they ended up having a kid, like young. Like she was pregnant in high school, and he is an awesome dad, but he's gay now, and he's like engaged, and he has like a whole life. And I'm like, see, that probably would have saved my life, probably having a kid out. Yay! You're a different level of gay at that point. Like you're a superior gay, like you're a responsible gay because you're a dad. It shows you in a different light.
You're a new species of man.
Yes.
You're Homo superior, as opposed to Homo sapiens.
Because like that's a conversation starter. That's something on the first date. Like, hey, I have a son. I'm like, what? I don't know too many of you like that age and have a son.
No. Your first question is, you have to yes and this for a little bit. He goes, gotta let you know, I have a son. And you go, oh, how old? Because that's a very important question too. If they say 7, that's very different than if they say 27. My son is 27. You go, but you're only 38. They go, don't ask a lot of questions, all right? That's why we're doing this. Don't ask a lot of questions. It's a little kid. That's very different.
Yeah, that is a little different. But, yeah, no, I find that to be very cool because you're rare. Like, to live your truth after you've had a son, and your son is old enough to know, like, oh, dad does not want girls. He wants to be with guys. And
Dad didn't want to be with my mom anymore. He wanted to be with other dudes.
Hey, whatever.
Yeah.
But I think that's cool. So older men where they got kids and they're divorced.
And so, back in the day, you could account for that happening. You'd find 85-year-old guys who came out because back in their day, you just couldn't do that. That's less so now. So what accounts for people not coming out now? Is it religion? Is it the family? What is it? Because it's not the 40s anymore. You don't have to live your whole life in the closet.
And that's what I understand where you're coming from, Alan, but it's not anything in particular. Most gays who are ready to come out and want to live their truth, it has nothing to do with their family. It's inside of them. When the hardest part of being gay or being in the closet was admitting it to yourself.
Right. Okay, but I'm past that. I'm saying you already know you are. You're not coming to terms with yourself. You know you are.
People see themselves differently, though.
I understand.
They can't
I'm
see
just saying
themselves being gay.
Well,
and that was the thing. Like I was like, oh, maybe I could dabble. I thought I would be like a dabbler.
You were fighting it.
I would marry. Well, no, I'm like after I found out, like, oh, okay, I just have sexual attraction to men. It's just sexual. It's not emotional. I don't want to be with a man. So I'm like, I'll just live a heterosexual life. I'll marry a woman, but I'll be on my creep. Like, I'll sleep with men, but I can't see myself marrying a man. I don't want that lifestyle, but I'll get my rocks off. I'll look at, gay porn, and, I'll live a heterosexual life.
What a great life for your wife.
Well, that's
what a great time for her. What a fantastic time for her.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
You believe, maybe Ice-T has helped people come out. Who knows? Maybe somebody saw that episode of La Renata and was like, you know what? I am like that other guy. And this whole time,
also,
I was doing my thing.
As much as I like to think that, oh, yeah, morally I couldn't do it, my conscience got to me, I wasn't fooling anybody. Like, they knew by my voice and the way I walked and talked. They were like, oh, he's gay. He might as well just admit it. So at the point, they just broke me. I just stopped fighting. I'm like, yeah, I'm gay.
Hey!
Whatever. Hey.
Yeah, but for a long time, you tried to tell us that nobody knew.
There were certain parts of my life where no one knew.
And we said, Cody, come on. We've seen the pictures. We've heard the stories.
That's why I changed schools. In Oberlin was far too small. Everyone knew everybody's business. They knew. But that's why I changed schools and went to JVS. Put on the dirt stash and
fresh start.
Became a carpenter to create the illusion that I was butch. So
the illusion.
So I was like, if the only thing gay about me is my voice, then I'm like, oh, bro, I was just born like that. I can't help the fact that I, talk like this. What? Knuckle up. Say something. Square up. I wasn't gonna do anything gay. I don't think I slept with anybody. When I was in high school, I don't think I slept with anybody at JVS.
Oh, and there's so many good puns. The hammering, the nailing.
Yes.
I do like Butch Poundcake, though.
That's so funny. Well, you got a problem, bro? You got a problem, bro? Square up.
Square up.
It's
you got a
Friday.
problem, bro? Yeah.
Give me a 2-day suspension. Oh, you just made a mess.
I got to take a break. Want to send a text? 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeart, are you ready?
Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards are coming to Fox.
Live from Los Angeles, Monday, April 1st.
The biggest stars from all genres of music are nominated, and it's up to you, the iHeartRadio listener, to decide who wins.
And the iHeartRadio Music Award goes to...
The iHeartRadio Music Award goes to...
Who had the best lyrics? Who had your favorite tour style? The best music video? Best fan army?
Get your votes in for these categories and more at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
And get ready to celebrate with all of the artists who are nominated.
Hey, it's Taylor Swift.
It's your boy Jelly Roll.
21 Savage, the Foo Fighters.
It's Olivia Rodrigo.
Hi, this is Shakira.
It's Morgan Wallen.
What's up, y'all? I'm Beyoncé.
We're Fall Out Boy.
And there are so many more.
Make plans to join us April 1st, live on Fox and iHeartRadio stations across America.
For our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Barrio Tacos is the heart of the neighborhood. Stop in for brunch Saturdays and Sundays from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., serving brunch tacos and bowls, mimosas, Bloody Marys, and Bloody Marias. Stop in to a Barrio Tacos near you. Your local taco joint is never too far away.
Mason's football game is about to start. How am I going to cheer him on with this sore throat?
Try these. Mucinex InstaSoothe drops are uniquely formulated for rapid relief that lasts and lasts.
Well then, game on.
Mucinex InstaSoothe sore throat medicated drops. Buy now at your favorite retailer. Use it directly.
The Cleveland Auto Show is back February 20th.
and more. Visit heartofohiohvac.com to get the best professional service for your home.
Hi, I'm Ed Zitron, host of the Better Offline podcast. I've been both a tech writer and tech executive for 15 years, and I've seen this industry grow from a bunch of dorks building things in their garage into a multi-trillion-dollar behemoth that has monetized every corner of our lives. Better Offline is a podcast where I'll lead you through the good, the bad, and the stupid of the tech industry and tell you exactly how venture capitalists and technocrat billionaires intend to influence your digital lives, for better or for worse. Listen to Better Offline on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Just in time for your afternoon nap.
Now back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
(216-578-1007) or 800-348-1007. Little rock and roll here from The Who on the buzzer. Is after Keith Moon died, they got a new guy and they put out an album called It's Hard. And it was Roger Daltrey, it was Pete Townsend, and it was pretty good. Eminence Front there was the big song, kind of a big comeback song for The Who. I was reading about Roger Daltrey being 80 years old today. Poundcake, do you know who The Who are?
I've heard of them. I do not know any of their music.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe he got taken for a ride.
Right, that's Roger Daltrey's famous scream from that old CSI show where David Caruso would drop his sunglasses and he would make some kind of like punny or a pithy comment at the beginning of the program after they'd find some corpse, right? He'd always make a little joke.
Right. To lighten the mood a little bit because, murder brings people down. So
to lighten the mood,
yeah.
They took a page from the Jerry Orbach Law and Order days, Looks like Jose went the wrong way, that kind of thing. They refined it, and then they stuck it in David Caruso's mouth, of course, where everything that comes out is gold. And then they, that CSI theme song with that famous Roger Daltrey scream.
So our accident is not an accident at all.
That's not really a pun. Our accident wasn't an accident at all.
For a second, I mixed up David Caruso and David Carradine, and I was like, what? And then I was like, wait, no. Different guys.
Yeah, Caruso's the ginger.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was the guy
wasn't Carradine the ginger when he was younger?
Oh, David Carradine?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I thought he was.
You might be right. I always confuse the Carradines. So I can think of Keith Carradine's face. Oh, David Carradine. Okay.
Yeah.
Wasn't he
He was Bill in Kill Bill.
Right.
And then he was in Kung Fu.
But wasn't the rumor that he killed himself from autoerotic asphyxiation?
I don't think it was a rumor. I think it was confirmed fact.
Oh, really? Is that what it was?
I'm pretty sure that was very well documented that he was hanging from a rod with a rod.
Oh, God. What a way to go. Maybe Michael Hutchence was the rumor. The guy that fronted In Excess. They said he died from autoerotic asphyxiation. I think that might have been a rumor. But David Carradine, nope, this just says he died of asphyxiation, Bill.
Okay.
Although the postscript on it is, the way that he was found bound was, how did they put it? He died of asphyxiation. The way the actor's body was bound allowed them to rule out suicide, which means, he did it to himself. And, what a way to go. Don't know if he was a ginger, but that whole Carradine family, you want to talk about an old school Hollywood dynasty. Robert was, of course, Revenge of the Nerds, right? He was one of the main nerds in that. Keith Carradine has been an actor in a lot of great stuff for a long, long time. But no, David Caruso was the redhead. Right. And this was the guy who got his first huge break on NYPD Blue, for people who go back to the 80s. And David Caruso, despite being a milky ginger, with no real...
Milky ginger. Mary's so upset she's missing the show.
She's running late. She's
I know she's running late, but
yeah.
I mean, a milky ginger probably get her all sopping.
Mm-hmm. Have to lay it on a tarp for her entry into the studio. But David Caruso is one of these guys who, for whatever reason, really saw himself as this outsized character. And I guess rather than... And he had done some movies before that. He's one of the cops in First Blood. He had done little parts here and there as a younger actor. He breaks big on NYPD Blue. this show in the 80s, cop show in the 80s, that was considered at the time real cutting edge. They showed Dennis Franz's ass.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they got some...
They said the S word
yes,
for poop?
expletives not past the censors. ABC said, let's see what happens. They were trying to get people to pay attention. And David Caruso was they said he was a big breakout star, but that's because he was the guy that most people didn't know until that show. Well, he went in and wanted more money, and he made this big play. He's like, I'm going to go do movies. I'm too big for this penny ante show. And he split, and that was not a good move. He did a movie called Jade that flopped hard, and one of those like Basic Instinct type movies.
I feel like the move is to stick with whatever hit TV show is until the end of the run and then make the jump, because I'm watching Cheers right now, and what's the lady?
Shelley Long.
Shelley Long. She made a bunch of movies, but like the movies that she made, she could have just made in the summer. It's not like she had some crazy career. And as soon as Cheers was over, she didn't really do much else.
Especially since back then, television, they were shooting. That's what you're reminded of, too, when you watch these older sitcoms.
A lot of episodes.
Oh, my God. I'm still watching The Office, like 22 episodes a season. Now you're lucky to get 10 out of any show, right? But back then, when they were shooting these shows, you would have a hiatus. So they'd run reruns in the summer. Now there's no such thing as reruns in the summer because everybody's streaming, or the networks are fighting for ground. And so, but back then, yeah, you could just go, I'm going to go shoot a movie on my hiatus. But some of these people were like, nope, you pay me more money or I'm out of here. Now everybody's hanging on to a gig for grim death if they get one.
And they're getting paid so well because those shows like Cheers and Friends and everybody on Friends stuck with it. So that kept everything together. And they all tried, a movie here and there. And Jennifer Aniston's movie career took off pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody else had one or two at least. But
when
Cheers, I think if she had just stuck with Cheers and stayed with that storyline all the way through to the end of Cheers, I think that would have been good for her to have more of a Ted Danson-like career where he's been on a show every couple years since Cheers.
He was on Cheers. He was on Becker.
Becker, how many seasons did Becker
Like 9
run?
seasons.
Like 9 seasons.
That's a big hit for CBS.
He had Good Place. He was in a bunch of episodes of Curb.
He had a show called Mr. Mayor that I love, but nobody watched.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. But he's had a very, very solid career all the way through. Oh, Mary's finally here. We were talking about Milky Gingers.
She doesn't like milky gingers.
Fat milky gingers. There
well, David Caruso wasn't fat.
I know.
He was just, No, Shelley Long was on local television when I was a kid. She was part of Second City, and she was on our local NBC affiliate. She was on Channel 5 in Chicago, and she did like one of those, when I was a kid. She was on one of those like, hey, get the hell up Chicago type shows, you know? And then, of course, she went on, and she went to my alma mater. She went to Northwestern. But, yeah, she did Cheers. But she did a handful of movies that people liked. She was in Night Shift, which is one of Ron Howard's first movie that he directed. It's one of my top 5 comedy films of all time.
I just watched that a few years ago at your recommendation, and it was pretty good.
I love it. And she did the Brady Bunch movies, right?
Bunch movies, Brady. And she did Troop Beverly Hills.
One of my wife's favorite movies.
So it's not like she had no movie career. I know she had movies, but it didn't really sustain deep into the 90s.
No.
And definitely not into the 2000s. I mean, she probably had enough money that she wasn't that worried about it, but I think actors want to work.
Yes. I mean, last thing I saw her in regularly was she was the ex-wife on Modern Family. She was Ed O'Neill's ex-wife.
Oh, yes.
Before he married Sofia Vergara in the show, Shelley Long was the ex-wife. Mary Santora is here from New York City.
I made it.
One of our old coworkers. Cody, did you run into Jesse?
I did. He's in the studio. He's in Bob's studio in front of me.
Yeah, Jesse Schultz, who was one of our voice guys when we were at Oak Tree years ago. He was one of our production dudes. You still hear his voice all over the place, but he got scooped up by New York. They have since moved back, but he was in the other building, Mary. You're in Midtown. He was in the Tribeca building.
Got it.
Which you see in New York. This company has 2 full separate buildings for talent and production and things like that.
They broadcast out of the Tribeca one too?
They used to.
Got it.
That's where the stations used to be before they went to Midtown. Here at iHeart Cleveland, of course, We have everyone within 10,000 square feet. But there, they have laser fog in their offices and all kinds of things because that's what you're supposed to do.
Flying cars.
Flying cars.
Yeah, I'm late.
It's okay. I know you were in town. I didn't want you rushing and crashing. And
I didn't crash, but okay. So my flight landed at 10:40 this morning. Okay.
What time did you leave?
This morning?
You flew out of Kennedy?
No, JFK or LaGuardia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's why you live in Astoria, is because you
Correct.
get to LaGuardia in
8 minutes from the
Oh,
airport.
I thought Kennedy was closer to you.
No, Kennedy's in New York.
No, it isn't.
Well,
No.
isn't Kennedy?
It's all in Queens.
Is it in
It's
Queens?
it's like south.
Yeah, I thought it was closer
East. No, it's like southeast, almost between Brooklyn and Queens,
Okay.
JFK. But no,
But
LaGuardia
anyway, so
is
you
8
flew out of
minutes.
LaGuardia. Okay.
Anyway, I left this morning. I got to the airport at like 7:30. So I go to pick up my friggin' rental car. I've never had to rent a car in Cleveland before. So it's off-site. It takes like 15 minutes to get there from it's not 15 minutes, maybe 10 minutes to get there from the airport. And then I get there and I go to where I thought I had a reservation. And I was like, hey, and I give them my last name and my card and my ID and everything. And they're like, oh, did you maybe need to come in yesterday? And I was like, no, it should be for today. And they're like, well, we don't have anything, blah, blah, blah. And they checked pretty much every single car rental company. And they're like, you don't have a reservation at all. Did you get a confirmation email? Did you get a confirmation number? Anything. So now I'm going through my stuff and I'm like, man, I have no confirmation on anything, but my card was charged. And I showed her, I was like, my card was charged $95. I know that I paid for this. So we're trying to figure it out. And then it turns out I was actually charged at $95 from the last time I rented from that rental car company. So that was a previous charge. That wasn't from a new booking, which is why it didn't come with a separate confirmation number or anything like that. So
confusing.
Well, it was for tolls, and I drove it when I was here the week that I was packing all my stuff up. So I was kind of all over the place. And I went to Lima for a show or Fremont. I don't know where that show was. Anyway, point being, I was charged almost the exact same amount that the rental car today was supposed to be $95. So that's why I didn't think. I was like, oh, I saw the charge come through from Thrifty. That's $95. My car is going to be ready. So they're like, yeah, you don't have a rental. And so I was like, what the hell website was I looking at? And I wasn't even looking at the right website. I was actually on Avis's website.
Yeah.
Avis, however you say
Avis,
it.
yeah.
Avis's
They used to have
website.
OJ running through the airport. It was at Hertz.
I don't know.
Oh, the
Avis
old
is red,
commercials.
Hertz is yellow.
Yeah.
But because I remember I got an email that was take 25% off and a free upgrade of your next rental car because I rent cars so much. So I went on and I had booked all the way through to the end. And I had all my credit card information and everything. And for whatever reason, I just didn't hit the complete purchase button. So I walked up to the counter and I told the girl, I was like, hey, I can book this online right now for $95. Is it cheaper to do it straight through you guys? And she's like, no, day of rentals, if you were going to do that, it'd be $225.
Yep.
And so I just booked it. As soon as she said that, I booked it on my phone. So then I'm standing there and I go, okay, well, here's my confirmation number. She goes, oh, no, it takes an hour for it to come through our system. And I was like, that'd have been nice to know 15 seconds ago.
She had to get that quota. She wasn't going to say that.
But my point is, if you're going to try to upsell somebody, wouldn't you be like, hey, just so you know, if you book it online, yes, you'll save money, but you have to sit here for an hour.
Yeah.
Because it's not attached to the airport. So you can't go get a snack or be in Wi-Fi or anything like that. So I booked it. And then she goes, yeah, just so you know, it takes 30 minutes to an hour to come through our end. I was like, well, it's too late now. It's
Wow.
already
Yeah,
booked.
now you tell me.
Yeah. So it's my fault for not completing the purchase the first time, 100%. I totally take full responsibility for that. But I was a little annoyed with her that I was like, you waited until after. You were like, no, go ahead and book it online, save yourself some money. But you didn't tell me I was going to have to sit in the friggin' lobby.
Mm-hmm.
And she kept saying 30 minutes to an hour. So I went and I sat down for a half hour. I came back up.
Which means it's not going to be a second less than 30 minutes.
Well, I came back up after 35 minutes. And she was, the girl I was working with the first time was not paying attention on her phone or something. And the lady next to her, I was like, oh, it's been about 35 minutes. I just wanted to check to see if my reservation came through. And she goes, oh, it takes over an hour. And I was like, well, she told me, and I pointed right next to her. I go, she told me that it takes 30 minutes to an hour. She
You're
goes,
like, fight.
Right.
Fight.
She
Let
goes,
them
who?
fight.
And then the girl sitting next to her goes, I did. Just like that with like an attitude. And I was like, okay, so like she's admitting that that's what she told me. And the lady was like, no, it never takes less than an hour. So I had to go sit back down. And I went.
Wow.
I hadn't eaten since like 7 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
So they had
you're getting a hangry.
Yeah, they had a vending machine. So I had a Pop-Tart and some Cheez-Its. And then I'm like rushing around. Some
Probably cost you $5.
No, actually the Cheez-Its were 60 cents.
What?
Yeah. The bigger bag too, not the tiny little bag.
She got quarter pops at work.
60-cent Cheez-Its is the rental car place.
See, you know how to take the reservation, you just don't know how to hold the reservation. And that's really the most important part of the reservation, the holding. Anybody can just take them.
Question for you, Mary, because again, I'm not familiar with New York culture. So when you travel, do you park your car at LaGuardia Airport, or is it better to park it on the street? Because I know they do street cleaning and stuff like every other day. What do you do when that happens?
I pay for a parking spot. I pay $250 a month for a parking spot off the street.
Good for you.
So it's behind
so it's a
my
month?
apartment. It's $250 a month.
Okay.
So that way I can come in and out as I please, and
you don't have to worry about it.
I don't have to worry about
that's
moving
worth
it.
the peace of mind.
It's like, yeah,
and like
because
you,
it's like
you had that
8:30 a.m. So I have to get up at 8 to move my car, and you might take you an hour to find a spot.
And you had that day where
it took me an hour and
it
15
took an hour.
minutes.
So no.
And the street that I'm on cleans 4 days a week. They
Oh.
clean Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
And their streets still be dirty.
Yes.
I don't understand.
So
they're not using soap.
So I finally get my rental car at about 1 o'clock. And that's when I text you and I was like, hey, I really don't think I'm going to make it on time because I had to take a shower. Like I had to. It was one of those, I took a shower Wednesday, but it rained on Wednesday. So I went to go do my laundry. My hair got all wet. And I have very fine hair. So when my hair
Smell
gets
like
wet,
dog.
it doesn't smell, but it looks
That's our culture. Don't
greasy.
Yeah,
and like
mine's the
flat.
same way. I have
Yeah.
like a lot of hair, but it's baby hair.
Yeah, that's mine.
Yeah. And when
So-
it's cold and dry out, it's just all over the place anyway. So
Yeah. So my hair on Wednesday was like really flat and really wet, but it was clean.
You could have come in with that Snape hair like Alan had.
Just cut it all off, part it.
Uh-huh.
So then yesterday I put like dry shampoo in it to like amp it up, but then the headphones on and off all day, and then I had a show and I was walking with my hood up because it was cold. So today I was like, oh, I'll have plenty of time. I land at 11 o'clock. I'll have plenty of time to take a shower. And so I didn't shower before I left. So I was like, I have to clean my body because I have 2 shows tonight and people are paying to see me. I can't show up with the greasy homeless hair. Like I have to look somewhat presentable. But I'm here. And then 2 shows tonight at the Funny Stop, Cuyahoga Falls.
Should I have been writing all that down? Because
Yes.
I did not take notes on that. I'm
Sorry.
sorry. Okay. I just want to make sure. I wanted to make sure. You're here now.
I'm here.
You're going to get the live Friday get down later on.
Yes.
That's what she really
It's
wanted to be
very,
clean for.
very exciting.
That's why I want to be clean so I can
Clean
feel
for.
dirty all over again.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I was just, and then, so when I'm in the shower, I just went to my sister's house because we're in Berea, she's in Brick Park. So it's closer to get to work to go to her house to take a shower. I'd be backtracking to go all the way into Berea and then back out. So I texted her, I was like, hey, I'm gonna come by and take a shower real quick. She's like, okay, cool. No. But I told her, I was like, hey, I know you have food, you have little kids, like, can you just make me some nuggets? And she was like, sure. So while I'm getting ready, and it was like 15 minutes later, and I was like, hey, is that ready yet? She goes, no, it's cooking. And then...
Hey, where are my nuggets?
Well, then like a couple minutes after that, she yells up the stairs, she goes, do you want me to put butter on them? I was like...
Butter? What?
On that, I was like, on the nuggets? And she goes, oh, I thought you said pierogies? And I was like, I did not say pierogies, I said
And also,
nuggets.
not butter for you.
Well, she already, I was like, I wanted nuggets, not pierogies. She goes, well, I was wondering why you thought they'd be done in 5 minutes. And I was like, I don't want to eat that.
How does nugget sound like pierogi?
I have no idea. But I was like,
She got
I don't.
mom brain.
I was
That's
like, I don't want
true.
to eat these. And she was like, well, I made an entire box of like, you have to eat these. What am I going to do with an entire box of pierogies? Both Bella already had lunch and I was like, oh my God. So then I'm like, I can't take these in the rental car with me. I've taken a lot of things. I can't take pierogies in the rental car. And so I had to stop and eat the pierogies real fast. And I thought that was fun.
You're buttered. So don't keep me in suspense. Were they buttered or not?
They were buttered.
Which is not great for you.
Oh, man.
I actually don't feel bad right now.
Right now. But you got 2 shows tonight.
I do have 2 shows tonight. I told her that.
And
I
a
was like,
belly
this
full
isn't
of
gonna
butter,
be-
and you're lactose intolerant.
This isn't going to be great. But
So as much as you don't do the poop jokes on the show, you do poop talk because it happens.
it does happen. It's probably going to happen here shortly. But I'm here. I got my rental car figured out. I do think that lady was kind of like, this is your fault for not. Okay. This is your fault for not making the reservation, so I'm going to make you wait for an hour. But whatever.
Yeah. Poundcake refers to culture
car?
of New York as parking rules. Somebody wants to know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the environment of the city.
Well,
He's
there's
not
a lot
hip
of New
to.
Yorkers that don't have cars at all.
Right.
So I don't for driving in New York that there is a car culture. I'm sure.
Well, the protocol for taking care of things, and yeah, there you go.
Well,
What kind of car was it?
I have a Kia Sportage. Well, and that was
I believe it's Sportage, Mary.
Sportage.
Yeah.
The second lady I dealt with was like, I'm sorry you had to wait so long.
Did
Like,
they give you a club when you rent it?
no, she goes, that's the SUV one. Can those ones still be stolen?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what Poundcake's got. He's got a Seltos, and that's...
As long as they have a Kia logo on them, apparently they can be stolen.
Well, the lady was like, I'm sorry you had to wait so long, like, for the miscommunication. She's like, and she goes, you were booked for an economy car. Because I'm like, I only need it for 2 days. I don't need a lot of room. She goes, and we'd have to go get one from another location because we don't have any economy cars available right now. So that would be like another 45 minutes. And I was like, are you kidding?
They didn't want to upgrade? They didn't just
Well,
auto-upgrade you? Or?
So then she's like, I'm just going to give you the Sportage for free. You've already waited an hour. Like, you're just going to get this upgrade. And I was like, all right, cool. So the second lady was much nicer.
Did she talk shrimp on the first lady at all?
Dude, when I went back
She's
up.
like, sorry, Betsy's kind of a bitch.
Well, when I went back up, there was like 6 people at the counter at the first time. And then when I went back up the second time, it was just that one lady. And I was like, man, is everybody on break? And she was just like, welcome to my life. I'm the only one who does anything around here. Like, it seems like
Yeah.
everybody's always on break. And I was like, well, welcome to my life. I do stupid things for a living. I book cars every other weekend. I should know how to do this by now.
What's a good
So-
female name, Poundcake?
Venetia.
There you go. Venetia's kind of a bitch. She wasn't going to give it. Hey, Juanita is in St. Louis. What's up?
I said that. I said, fully my fault for not completing this purchase. I said those exact same words like 5 minutes ago.
Juanita does not listen to the show. She gets a full head of steam, and she knows what she wants to berate you for, and then she calls, and she goes, I'm so sweet. Guess what?
Let her have it, Juanita.
I told her.
Lay
I
into
said
her.
that. I said, this is my fault. But the lady could have told me, she could have told me, hey, if you book it online, it's going to be an hour. She could have said that, but she didn't. She just said it's cheaper, book it online. And did I not say that?
Wow.
I said, this is my fault for doing this.
Juanita's got knives out for Mary.
And I admitted that. So I don't know what you're just saying, Juanita.
Hit her with it, Juanita.
Feisty. But she said, but she
I
literally.
said it was my fault.
Okay, thank you, Juanita.
No,
There's-
Juanita, call her the K word. I know you want to.
K-word.
What's the K word?
Oh, Karen. He wants to call me a Karen.
Oh, a Karen. Call her a Karen. That's Karyn around here. So, all right, thank you. There's Juanita in St. Louis. I appreciate
said it was my fault.
You did, yes. Not 5 minutes ago, you were like, hey, by the way, I realize, but she was on hold and nothing was going to dissuade her
That's okay.
from voicing her displeasure.
It was, yeah. And I
And
told
that's what we like.
the second lady that when she was like, I'm sorry you had to wait an hour. And I was like, yeah, this is what I do. Welcome to my life. I make stupid choices all the time. Or I forget things or don't ask enough questions or whatever.
Yeah.
Juanita.
But
You got to turn the calls on to go over the
what?
The live stream. It wasn't going over there.
Oh, all right. Well, okay. Okay, I got to take a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192 and AlanCoxShow.com for the other stuff. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave messages there too.
To compete in this tournament, it'll take a lot of balls and not very big ones. The Buzzard and Bud Light are bringing a mini hoops challenge to bars across Northeast Ohio. It's your shot to win a trip to Vegas where you'll battle to win $10,000 in the finals. Tonight, we're at Rookies in Parma Heights. And Saturday, we're at the Brew Garden in Middleburg Heights. See the full list of locations at WMMS.com.
This is Clay Travis. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Allstate.
The Cavaliers will try to return to the win column tonight. They'll visit the Pistons. Cleveland's coming off Wednesday's double OT loss to the Bulls. Cactus League action continues tonight when the Guardians visit the Dodgers in Glendale. Carlos Carrasco takes the ball for Cleveland. And former NFL quarterback Cam Newton apologized today for scuffling in a recent youth football tournament, saying it makes it harder to be a role model. I'm Scott Davidson.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Charlie for Mr. Rooter. Check it out right now. Mr. Rooter is offering an $89 drain cleaning special, but you have to act fast. Mr. Rooter has been helping people with their drain and plumbing problems for over 30 years. They offer same-day service no matter where you live, 7 days a week. Most people can't wait 2 or 3 days to solve their plumbing issues. Give them a call today, 855-MISTERS or MrRooter.com/Cleveland. They will give you a quote, and if you're approved, they'll get started right away because their trucks are stocked with supplies. MrRooter.com/Cleveland.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like Classic Hard Rock. Just search Classic Hard Rock and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
From Disney Animation and the groundbreaking storytellers of Kugali
What would you say if I asked you to go to the mainland?
comes a Disney Plus limited series set in a futuristic Nigeria
You want to see the real Lagos?
Let's go!
where nothing is as it seems.
This is amazing!
Some of these people are dangerous. I got you now. Disney and Kugali's Iwaju. All episodes now available only on Disney Plus. Visit disneyplus.com/what's on to learn more.
The Cleveland Auto Show is back February 23rd through March 3rd at the IX Center. Experience all of the hottest cars, trucks, and SUVs all in one spot. Enter to win a 2024 Buick Envista. Buy tickets at clevelandautoshow.com.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Win a trip to Vegas and compete for a chance to win $10,000 in the Bud Light Mini Hoops Finals Tournament. Qualify for your chance to win by registering at WMMS.com or by participating in a Mini Hoops Challenge event near you. Visit WMMS.com for locations and all the details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Okay, true stories from Huntington customers with Annie. You're a woman-owned business. You're growing. How does banking fit in?
Huntington feels like a part of our team, and when I got the news that we had gotten into our dream retailer, I said, Huntington is the reason that we can accept this contract. You allowed us to get here. It's something that Morgan and I...
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories.
Kevin Moret for Mentality Men's Health. Guys, in the over 23,000 clients who came to us for testosterone treatment, most clients start so they can do it right. After helping men for over 10 years, every day we see new clients whose treatment had shortcuts on treatment and monitoring. This not only affected their results, it was also risky. Guys, work with a doctor, one who monitors your care, reviews labs, and modifies your dose. Our doctors will optimize your free testosterone and maximize you mentally and physically. Schedule in Cleveland at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
My car!
But what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Tax Talk with Straight Talk.
You give and you give. This tax season, you get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data and a new Samsung Galaxy A15 for just $99. So you can give your janky phone to your kid. Yeah! Good talk.
Switch to Straight Talk for plans starting as low as $25 a line per month for 4 lines. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com. Device offer ends 4/14/24. In-store activation on single Silver Unlimited plan or higher required. Family plan discount with 4 lines all on the Silver Unlimited plan. Taxes and fees apply.
Say aye to the fish fry at Get Go Cafe and Market with the Captain Beer battered cod sub, sandwich, or platter. Topped with American cheese, tangy all-American sauce, lettuce, and pickles. And enjoy the delicious flavor for a limited time. Don't forget a side of Hush Puppies backed by popular demand. The Get Go app is now the exclusive place to order your fresh-made favorites. Download it today and get free tots. Use the app to discover deals, track perks, and find a Get Go near you. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa.
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at yourheartcomesfirst.com. That's yourheartcomesfirst.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tired of overpaying for wireless with Verizon? Now you can put T-Mobile to the test for free. T-Mobile's Network Pass lets you test drive America's largest 5G network for 3 months while you keep your current phone and carrier. Get real-time stats and see how T-Mobile's coverage stacks up against Verizon. Plus, families and small businesses can save up to 20% versus Verizon when they switch. At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose between a great network and a great price. You get both. See for yourself with our no-strings-attached 3-month free trial. Download the T-Mobile app to get started today or visit our store to learn more.
One trial per user. Compatible unlock 5G device required. Plan savings with T-Mobile third line free on Essentials or Go 5G Plus via monthly bill credits versus comparable available plans. Plan features and taxes and fees may vary. Credits stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
This is a great early 80s snapshot pop song. I bet none of you know this song. It's called Lovers in a Dangerous Time from a Canadian artist named Bruce Cockburn, who remains eternally underappreciated this side of the border. He was huge in Canada. He's kind of among those Canadian artists who they have fans here, but they didn't blow up in the States, but they're massive in Canada, right? Like Tragically Hip, Our Lady Peace. Bands who are down here, people will go, oh, yeah, I like them. They'll come and they'll tour and they'll do, Bruce Cockburn would be a guy that would play like the Music Box Theater and things like that, right? And, but great song. Bare Naked Ladies covered this, Bill. You might know. They covered Lovers in a Dangerous Time on a Bruce Cockburn tribute album some years ago. I'm sure that they, sucked all the fun out of it, but nevertheless. No, they did a fine job with it. They slowed it way down. But I love Bruce Cockburn. I don't know if he's come through Cleveland in some time. And the reason I mention him is because he sang the theme song to a children's show called Franklin. That was on
Franklin.
Love that song.
Yeah.
Love Bruce Cockburn. So Franklin, when my older kids were little, they loved Franklin. And so I'll play a little bit of, and you can tell immediately if you're familiar with Bruce Cockburn's voice.
Hey, it's Franklin.
Yep, I know it.
Coming over to play.
It was just about a little cartoon turtle.
Growing a little.
And it was a sweet cartoon. My older kids loved it when they were little. And you might have noticed that the word Franklin has been trending a lot lately. One, because Apple TV gave the Peanuts character, Franklin, his own show. He was the black kid in the Peanuts characters, right? And so he's got a little thing over on Apple TV. And then Franklin, the PBS cartoon, was trending because there are people saying that the new Beyoncé country track is a ripoff of the Franklin theme song.
What?
Have you heard the song Texas Hold'em?
Yeah, it's a good song.
Okay, it's a
Fun.
good song. It's weird as far as radio goes because like Kiss FM, I don't think plays it at all.
Really?
But WGAR plays it, the country station. And my thought is, I would think they would both be playing it because it's Beyonce, and I guess she can do whatever she wants. But I don't know if it rises to the level of a ripoff. That seems kind of silly. Here's Texas Hold'em for people who haven't heard it.
This ain't Texas. Ain't no Hold'em. So lay your cards down, 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 down.
Now, it's a hell of a song. Good song. But listen, any two songs that have a banjo and a foot stomp doesn't make them rip-offs of each other, by the way.
That's what you say about all country music.
What do you mean?
That it all sounds the same. Because it's
No.
all a banjo and a foot stop.
Well, what I'm saying is to that point, you can't say, oh, boy, that Beyonce song sure sounds a lot like Franklin, because there's a banjo in both of them. And if you're going to be Beyonce and go, I'm going to make a country album, it's not like she's a giant country music fan, right? She's bored. It's an affectation. She wore a cowboy hat at the Super Bowl, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you're going to get a banjo.
She really wanted to stir up the country music scene. She would have done a David Allan Coe cover.
Wheeler Walker Jr.
Yeah. You don't put your hands on a Pittsburgh Steeler fan. She should have done that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Beyonce's got this huge song called Texas Hold'em that's, again, just her singing to country music. And what are you huffing and puffing?
Because
there's nothing wrong with it.
Beyonce can sing, and it doesn't matter if she's singing gospel.
Nobody
she's singing
says
country,
otherwise.
But I didn't finish.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
She can sing country, she can sing pop, she can sing whatever because she naturally has the vocal ability. However, this just seems like it's country cosplay.
That's what I'm saying. She's bored.
I know she's from Texas, and so she has that country, but Beyonce hasn't been country forever. I do, however, I don't like the double standard because Taylor Swift can go from country to pop and nobody cares. Like, oh, yeah, of course, she's crossover. But because Beyonce
is black.
is black and she's mainly known for singing pop music, they think she can't transition over to country. And it's actually, I feel like they're pushing her in the country direction to stick it to the other country stations and country artists because they should be playing it on Kiss FM.
I feel like there hasn't been a lot of pushback, though. Everything I've seen for this Beyonce song has been, like, overwhelmingly positive.
It depends on what outlet you're talking to. Because there was a lot of.
Oh, there's plenty of people that are not happy with it.
They don't want to. They don't want to.
But it's exactly who you think it would be.
There are also fewer and fewer people like that around. I mean, who are listening to that music, right? Country music has basically become pop music over the past 10 years.
Are country stations having a problem with it?
Yes. No, I don't think so.
The ones that I follow, like on Instagram and stuff like that, are like, check out everything Beyonce's doing.
But
How
chances
cool
are
is
those
this?
are probably more popular. But I'm talking about in rural areas who play hard, like the bluegrass,
George Strait,
country music. They're country purists, and they feel like,
but that's
this
not.
Pop artist
Here's the thing.
Is just trying
but
to make
that's
a buck
not
off of us.
that is not a radio format anymore. Bluegrass, whatever. Those are specialty shows on some radio stations. If you're talking about country radio, which is where people have had their differences of opinion, I guess, as to whether or not Beyonce should or should be. Country radio, that audience has gotten considerably younger over the past 20 years.
Country cosplay.
So I'm not surprised at, well, no, I'm just saying country music has become, in the hands of millennial artists, country music has become pop music. That's why you have girls in Daisy Dukes and boots and things. There's nothing wrong with that. Some people, their heads explode when they see that. If you're having a good time, it's party music. It is, listen, like I said, it's Beyonce getting bored or trying something new. She's an artist. She goes, I want to try something new. And it's just getting a guy with a dulcimer and a cajon, and she puts a hat on, and that's fine. But she's a great singer. Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
I just figured it was a song that was going to get played on pop and country.
Me too.
Ironically, it's getting played more on country radio.
She was, now this is what confused me about it, is it was like, Beyonce's the first black woman to be #1 on the Billboard charts, but I thought Tracy Chapman got that when Luke Combs covered her song.
Yeah, they mean
Billboard
singer.
or country? Billboard country charts, you mean?
Yeah, on the top of the country charts.
Right.
But I thought maybe it's a singer-songwriter thing.
Well,
that Tracy Chapman was the first songwriter.
Yeah, he got on for her song.
But he gave her all. She kept all the royalty. Like, he didn't make a dime off that song.
Understood. I'm just saying she got on because of him. Beyonce's on because of her song.
So it's probably Tracy was the songwriter, Beyonce's the singer.
Something like that.
I just don't like the double standard. That's all. Because Taylor Swift, we are a rock station, rock talking sports, and yet we were giving away Taylor Swift tickets because she's that big of a star. It doesn't matter what genre station you put.
We gave them away. We gave them away because I said so.
But I'm saying I can't see.
I could have just as easily said no way, but that would be silly. It was a funny bit.
But I can't see a country station giving away Beyonce Renaissance tickets.
If they're smart, they would.
But they don't.
Well, this also just happened a week ago. Or how long has this song been out? 2 weeks?
Like something like that.
Couple of weeks.
Today is the day that I found out that song, like I've heard it around. I didn't know it was Beyonce till today.
I don't care. The song, she can sing. The song is not my favorite Beyonce song. I've kind of grown out of Beyonce because I may be from Texas. I still can't hold him. I still can't hold the man.
No, she says this ain't Texas, but we still hold him.
I understand. I know
it's the opposite of what you're saying.
It's the card game. But I'm just saying.
There's a card game?
Yes. You've never played the card game called Beyonce, Bill?
Oh.
It's a lot of fun. It's like euchre, but
I remember
your
now.
bowers are flipped.
Called
yeah.
Beyonce Hold'em.
Beyonce Hold Them.
Texas.
So, yeah, I don't know because I was out here this morning and I was asking somebody, I'm like, hey, does GAR play Beyonce? And they said GAR plays Beyonce. Now, our colleague Carletta Blake, who is the morning show host and the program director at WGAR, was just named one of the country's top country program directors. So it makes perfect
sense. Carletta.
That's what I'm saying. It makes perfect sense that they would be playing that because she knows what she's doing, and that's a smart move. But the Franklin thing, I was like, why is Franklin trending? And I just remember that show because when my kids were older, they're in college now, but they loved Franklin, and I love Bruce Cockburn. So it was a great little thing for both of us. Now, to put it more in my generation, in Gen X, it reminds me of when everybody thought that Bob Marley had ripped off the Banana Splits. Does anybody remember this?
I was going to ask if, real quick before you move on,
Yeah.
could you play the Beyonce and Franklin back to back? Just
yeah,
so we
sure.
can hear
Yes.
it. Because you played both of them, but we talked in between.
Okay.
Just so that way we can see if it really is.
Right.
A rip.
Back to back.
Hey, it's Franklin.
Hold on. Let me see if I can do this properly. I gotta move some things around here. My computer.
Put them on top of each other, mashup style.
Hey, it's Franklin. Coming over to play.
All right, this is just giving me a headache.
No.
No, this ain't anything like. They just
both have a banjo.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah.
exactly what I'm saying. Every song that would have a banjo and a backbeat like that, people would go, oh, come on. I mean, there is, for better or worse, right? If you're going to make a country song like Beyonce, there is somebody, you're going to get producers and writers that go, here's the template.
Hey, it's
to make,
Beyonce.
to make a song that people are going to like. Bob Marley's Buffalo Soldiers back in the day, though, that was a song that I think he did in the mid-'70s, but it wasn't on any of his recordings till the early '80s. And people were like, oh, it sounds like the Banana Splits. Do you guys remember? You don't remember the Banana Splits, but are you familiar at all? It was like a kid's show in the '70s.
No, I know.
Fleagle
Bananas in pajamas.
No, not Bananas in Pajamas.
Pretty close. That's pretty unmistakable.
I like that. They said there was no connection, of course. Buffalo Soldier. Yeah, so the Beyonce Franklin thing continues. I think it's funny. From what I've heard of her song, I've never listened to the whole thing, but, she knows how to do musics. Why are you uhing? You don't appreciate her thriving. You love people to thrive. You don't appreciate her thriving as an artist and trying new things.
She's for clout now. What does that mean?
Because she's just looking to get songs on TikTok and stuff. I like I Am Sasha Fierce album.
Yeah, but clout is for people who are begging people to pay attention to them.
No, she's so
Beyonce,
big that everyone will pay attention to her no matter
that's why
what she does.
doesn't.
Right.
That's why she can do whatever she wants.
I know. I don't like it. I want her to be successful. I want her to be the star that she is.
Within your parameters?
But you want her to do it on your terms? Cool fan.
Well,
yeah. That's why she's her and you're you.
But no, I can still be a fan and enjoy her earlier works. There's a lot of people that don't like the Kanye West that he is now, but enjoy, the Graduation and
I'm one of them.
College Dropout album.
Yep.
So I don't think that's fair. Her music now does not relate to me at all.
You've grown out of her is what you're saying.
So much.
Yeah.
So you're better than Beyonce now.
Music-wise, yes. My
But
taste
wait,
has changed.
Just in the first segment of the day, you're talking about how you want a country boy.
I didn't say I wanted a country boy.
You wanted a guy that lives on a farm that's running away from his dad to be with you.
But I didn't say that has nothing to do with my taste in music.
But I'm saying maybe if you actually give this album a chance, you'll
attract,
find
bro.
something in there that's for you.
I
You haven't really given it a chance yet.
No, can't date a Beyonce gay, a Lana Del Rey gay, a Lady Gaga gay. We do not.
Ooh,
I'm
Lana
not
Del
saying
Rey.
you're dating, but maybe this is what awakens the gayness in the man on the farm that's going to run into your arms to get away from his dad.
No, he has to listen to who was the Trump daughter that made a country album?
Laura Trump, daughter-in-law.
He has to love Laura Trump.
I won't back down.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's the type of guy I want running away
Right,
from
but
the farm.
that might be what he likes, but the Beyonce song might be the thing that gets him go, maybe I'm a little different.
Nope.
Somebody texted me earlier, Cody's erotic period piece could be called The Underground Mail Road.
Oh, yeah.
His little antebellum piggyback porn that he's coming up with.
Come on up here, boy. I'll keep you safe.
Hey, you want to live in the house with me?
I'll be your North Star.
If Beyonce was really smart, Alan, she would have changed her name to Christina Gaines before she put out that country music. Oh, that's great. Beyonce's country album amounts to cultural appropriation. I'm being kind of sarcastic, but seriously.
No, black people also contributed a lot to country before it became mainstream.
Well, there's no, I mean, I hate to break it to people, there is no such thing as white culture. So it's not.
I ate pierogies today.
Uh-huh.
Like bluegrass,
Pierogies
country,
are white.
rock and roll, every music genre had black people either created it or write significantly for it.
Also,
So
you act like kids aren't a thing. Come on, white culture is out there. It's a
Beyonce
thing.
is not country, and that crap is not country music. Well, again,
that sounds
she's
racist.
not claim. But it's the same people who complained when people complained or made fun of Garth Brooks for doing Chris Gaines. I thought it was interesting of him to do it. The songs were not good, but he wanted to do something different.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Can you say that you're country if you're from a big city in a rural state?
That's why everyone got all over Jason Aldean for that. Try that in a small town.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're from Atlanta, yes, that's the South, and it's mainly country, but you're from Atlanta, which is a big metropolitan area. So can you say that?
But you're surrounded by country.
I think it's also how you're raised.
Surrounded by country folk.
Like if your parents are real country or your grandparents or whatever, and you're raised that way, just because you live in a big city doesn't really matter.
So if you're born and raised in Cleveland, you can say I'm country because you go south out, past.
Well, you're at the very
you're
least.
in Valley View or something.
No, but you're at the very least. People get hung up on that whole geography thing, but you are at the very least way more familiar with it than some other people might be if that's in your family.
But that's everywhere, though. Like
that's not everywhere. Some people, I mean, they only know one thing.
Where's the nearest country area outside of New York City, Mary?
Upstate New York.
Upstate is all country.
Upstate New York is almost identical to anywhere around here, Medina or any of that kind of stuff.
That's every state, by the way. Once you get out of the city, it's all, it's all rural people.
Yes, but I feel like it would be weird for a country artist to say, I'm from New York City and I love,
Oh my
country.
God. You know what I saw? There was this guy on TikTok. Oh, God, I can't remember his name. I was watching it, and it was like when the voice doesn't match the face. And he's singing old George Strait, and he sounds amazing. Like the George Strait is like a deeper, it's a very good voice, and he's singing it. And then he's walking through his house to the bathroom to do the reveal in the mirror, and he's this skinny, tiny little Asian dude. And when I saw it, I was like, get the F out of here. And I said it loud enough that my roommate came running into my room. And she was like, what? What happened? Because she thought the cats were fighting. I was like, this guy's Asian and he sings country music. Just like George Strait. So I'm like, that guy could be from China or something. He could be from or his parents were born in Korea and he still, feels country or whatever.
They would do that all the time in the Philippines, where they would sing old country western songs, and they'd sound just like them, but they could barely speak a lick of English, but they just knew the song so well that they could hit those notes and have that deep, thick voice.
So, Cody, what we're trying to tell you is country is a state of mind.
It really is. Alan, don't forget, nobody loves them some hip-hop and gangster rap more than a bunch of hillbilly kids. That's true, too.
That is true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Well, I think we figured it all out.
Does that mean we get to go?
Means
If
I get to go to a break.
rushed here and we leave at 3:12.
I'm in here talking to Bill. I go, hey, when Mary gets here, I'm going to fake being sick again. All right, we'll break. I will have, what for? Oh, Gilmore Project tickets. I'll have the last pair this week. If you like Pink Floyd, you ain't going to see them anytime soon. But the Gilmore Project is going out and celebrating the 50th anniversary of Wish You Were Here, and they're coming to Cleveland. So I'll have those for you after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever
dollar behemoth that has monetized every corner of our lives. Better Offline is a podcast where I'll lead you through the good, the bad, and the stupid of the tech industry and tell you exactly how venture capitalists and technocrat billionaires intend to influence your digital lives, for better or for worse. Listen to Better Offline on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Start to,
All right, you want to go see the Gilmore Project. If you're a Pink Floyd fan, they are on the road performing the 50th anniversary of Wish You Were Here. It will get them to MGM Northfield Park on Friday, June 21st. Ticketmaster.com has the details for you. Tickets, info, all that. You can get my last pair this week. You're not going to see Pink Floyd anytime soon. So check out the Gilmore Project. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Now we come to a very important section. One that everyone dreads, or is embarrassed by, or tries to avoid completely.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Since Mary's back in the studio with us, a little taste of something from tomorrow night's show. We do a metal show here on The Buzzard. What is going on?
Adjusting the lighting?
I don't like that at all. Turn those off.
Well, Mary looks like she's a gray person, and that's...
I am gray. Turn it
that
off.
helps.
Turn it all off. Make it dark in here except for our ring lights.
Hey, I love it. I just want to be in the box.
This works.
Oh,
Let's try
yeah.
this vibe for today.
Why not, man? Fantastic.
This reminds me of Stern on when they'd play a show on E.
It's just a purple light behind him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you look great.
Who, me?
Your ring light works the best.
Mine?
I don't know what's going on
That's
with
by
the
design,
one
baby.
With
I need the best lighting.
Mary's one never like that. That
I'm
camera
telling
just
you,
sucks.
it's this studio because in my studio
It
in New
looks
York,
great, yeah.
but I keep the lights real low like this. I
Yeah.
don't turn them off, but I turn them to like the lowest setting, and then I use my ring light, and I feel like I look great. But for whatever reason, I don't know if it's the camera or the studio or just being home.
You're missing the point. Tomorrow night, this is a band I'm going to play for you called Chained to the Bottom of the Ocean. We do a metal show called 2 Hours to Midnight. I'm your host. I'm joined by Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. And my special guest tomorrow night on the show, Tim Ripper Owens.
Oh, nice.
Just a kid from Akron, but he fronts a band called KK's Priest. He and KK Downing from the Judas Priest days are doing a show at the Agora on March the 20th. So I'll catch up with Ripper Owens. He has not been on this show in quite some time, so I'm excited to talk to him. He'll be the special guest tomorrow night. 2 Hours to Midnight starts live at 10. It's nothing but 120 minutes of metal. We'll play Corrosion of Conformity. We'll play local music from Black Death, going way back. Brand new from Kitty. Remember them? They were Canadian teenagers in the 90s. We'll do a deep dive on some Sabbath. Brand new from Rotting Christ, a great Greek metal band who have some new stuff out. So all of that and more tomorrow night, 10 o'clock sharp. Our metal show is called 2 Hours to Midnight on the Buzzard. Cavs play tonight. They're in Detroit to play the Pistons. That's a 7 o'clock tip. 6. What am I hearing?
I don't know. What are you hearing? I don't like it.
I'm sorry. Was that you talking, Cody?
I think it was him on the
I didn't say
phone,
anything.
Maybe?
Oh.
I don't know.
Maybe it, Tim.
you heard a
Was that?
voice?
Maybe that was Tim.
Hey.
Hi, Tim. Sorry.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's going on?
Just wanted to say, love the show. Well, hate the show.
Thank you.
But we sat behind you on the funny bus last summer. Me and Becky, my girl that had the stroke.
You sat
I don't know if
behind
you
me
remember
on the
Alan.
funny bus?
Yes, me and Becky sat behind you on the funny bus last
Okay.
summer.
Yep. I think
And
we're
we
doing the
always-
funny
we
bus
always
again this
think-
spring. I'm excited.
Oh yeah, that'd be great to do it again with you guys. But
Yeah.
we always come see Mary. Mary knows who we are. We see
Mhm.
Bill when he comes around. We just
Oh,
wanted to say we're gonna come
good
see
for you.
we're gonna come to see Mary at 9:30 tonight.
Hell yeah.
Now, let me ask this. Does Mary,
sir.
do you have a 9:30 show?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure he wasn't coming to see you at 9:30 and the show was like 8:45 or
Let me
something.
make sure. Now that you're saying that, you make me all nervous.
All right.
Yes.
Yes,
There are still tickets
No,
for
please don't
7:30 and 9:30 tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Early show.
We had-
Tomorrow is sold out. Late show, there's still tickets.
We had tickets to see you before you moved to New York, and Becky wasn't feeling well, so we stayed home and had to eat the tickets. So we were really excited to come see you tonight. And we always, like I said, Bill, we come to you whenever you come close to the Funny Stop for hilarities.
Yeah, you guys are
Yeah.
the best. I like cream pies.
For sure.
Mary, that's got nothing to do with what he's talking about.
If you guys are available Sunday, I'm doing that reverse crowd work show at Hilarities. If you want to check that out, that's where the audience.
We try to come to every show we can.
appreciate it.
With Becky's condition, we do the best we can. But we come see all you guys whenever we can, and that's awesome.
All right, cool. Well, have fun, Tim. Thanks, man.
Thank you very much, guys.
All
Have a
right,
great day.
cool. Yeah, I think this spring. I think we're back on that Cleveland Funny Bus.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that'll be a lot.
I like Dean. He was at one of my shows earlier this week, scouting for some new talent.
Hey,
and I think he found someone. So
Did you find it?
There might be some new faces on the bus with us.
Beautiful.
hosting. Yeah.
All right. So yeah, Cavs in Detroit tonight. That's a 7:00 tip. Pistons are not great, although they do have 9 wins under their belt. So they're looking for double-digit wins before they hit 50 losses. They are 9-49. So tonight's game against the Cavaliers will be momentous one way or another for the Detroit Pistons. And let's say we scale it down. If you want to get in on some mini hoops action, you can join young Bill Squire tonight, or you can join me tomorrow night with Bud Light. Bill is in Parma Heights tonight.
Rookies, 7 to 9. Come hang
7 to
out.
9.
I'll show you what I can do too. I'm good. I'm good at
He's
mini
talking
hoops.
about Papa Shot, Mary.
Mhm.
And then I am out in Middleburg Heights tomorrow night, 6 to 8. I'm going to be at the Brew Garden for the Bud Light Mini Hoops Challenge. All of it is a way to get you to the finals in Vegas and hopefully come home with $10,000. That's the very end grand prize. All these stops that Bill and I are doing all through the month of March are to get qualifiers. At the end of it, one person from Northeast Ohio will send to Vegas. And the grand prize is $10,000. So if you go...
Do we know when the Vegas finals are?
I don't know. Our
I
finals
imagine-
here are the 23rd of March.
I imagine it's around the Final Four for college basketball.
That sounds about
When's
right.
that?
Probably early April.
So Bill out tonight, me out tomorrow, and all of the locations, if you can't make either of those, you can go to WMMS.com and hit the contest page, and you can see the whole schedule of where we're going to be out all March. Alan, country music isn't about money or clout or hats or boots or even trucks. It's about pants and feet. I like pants and I like feet.
It's not a country song.
That's not a country song. That's a rock song.
But pants and feet could easily be, that version could easily be reworked into a country song. Are you guys doing a bar crawl on St. Paddy's Day? We are not, because it's on a Sunday. Because of Leap Day, it pushed St. Paddy's Day like 2 days ahead, I think. So no, we are not going to be anywhere on Sunday the 17th. I'll be out the night before for one of the Bud Light things, the mini hoops.
I'll be in Akron the night before at the Akron Civic Theater has a little room working on them, doing something with them. So
A
I'll be
little
in
room.
Akron. Yeah, it's a little room. It's called Wild Oscars.
Okay,
it's just like a little room. We're trying something out there.
Mm-hmm.
I like the people. Neil that used to work here. He works for the
Oh,
Akron Civic
yeah.
Theater. So he's like, hey, it's just a small room. We just want to get people aware of it. You can come down, do some stand up here. So we're gonna try that out in Akron, and then I think we're gonna be doing the Bill Squire show is gonna be doing some stuff, but that's not affiliated with this. So follow my socials for that.
I'm in Minneapolis, and that weekend, the 15th and 16th, and I don't fly on a lot of holidays, but I'm wondering what the demographic, because I'm flying back from Minneapolis to New York City on St. Patrick's Day, and I'm like, is it going to be nobody? Is it because it's a Sunday? So I'm like, is there just going to be nobody flying, or is everybody going to be hammered flying?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
I wouldn't think that I wouldn't think that anybody flying on St. Patrick's Day
is celebrating.
Right.
You don't think?
No,
They're
'cause
like, I don't have to drive anywhere. I can get hammered at this airport bar.
Maybe, but I feel like
They mean
anybody
more hungover than drunk.
I feel like anybody that really loves to celebrate St. Patrick's Day by binge drinking is going to be where they want to be. Like they're going to be at a party. They're going to be in the city already.
Yeah.
They're not going to be traveling that day. And also, I don't think Minneapolis is a huge St. Patrick's Day city the way Cleveland, Chicago, and New York
New Orleans.
are. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe
St.
some people
Louis.
traveling back. Is St. Louis a big
Huge
St. Patrick's Day?
Yeah.
Everybody loves
Mardi
to say,
Gras. Mardi Gras. I don't know what it is about St. Louis, but it's the second biggest Mardi Gras in the country, and they do a huge St. Patty's Day thing too. But yeah, I don't know about that. Well, you're gonna find out.
Yeah.
That's the fun part.
Because
I'm curious how that's gonna go.
Or last year, I flew on Easter Sunday.
Yep.
It was Brian's daughter's spring break, and I was flying out to Arizona to meet them for the week. And it was no one. There was no joke. There was less than 10 people on our entire plane. Nobody was flying on Easter. And I get that. You know, it's obviously a religious holiday. I guess St. Patrick's Day could be religious to some people.
Certainly is.
It's supposed to be.
Right. But yeah, I was curious about that, where I was like, I wonder if it's going to be like hammered people throwing up all over, or if it's just going to be, again, 15 people on a plane.
Well, for your sake, given your proclivities and your sensitivities, I hope that plane is full of people vomiting all over the place.
Wouldn't that be nice? Love the smell.
Right?
Hey, guys, Dexter and Copley. Alan, I got a little rant, and it's about rap music. I'm not a rap fan at all, and I don't understand why they have rap acts at rock festivals. I know this year, Sonic Temple, they got Cypress Hill and Tech Nine. I think one of the ones last year had Ice Cube in it at a rock festival. And, like, you know, they'll have these, and like 3 6 Mafia and all these other rap groups. What is the point of having rap groups at rock festivals? I don't get it. I know Cypress Hill has a little bit of a rock vibe, but still, it's all rap music. Rap should be having its own festival. Why do these rock festivals always have rap acts in it? I just don't get that. I don't understand the reason for it. I mean, it's rock. Let it be rock. Don't put rap in it. It doesn't make sense to me. So that's my rant. And Alan, can you hit the post on The Heat Is On by Glenn Fry?
The Heat Is On. Hey, 100.7 WMMS, brother. One here from Glenn Fry. Hey, it's springtime, not here yet, but he's out there trying to get the temperature up. And boy, that's got a long ramp on it. God damn, the heat is on. Got some of that sweaty sax that Glenn Fry. Oh, okay. Sorry, Dex. I don't know. I'm always surprised when people get so upset. The rap rock thing is not new, by the way.
Yeah, but I mean, Cypress Hill is not really rap rock. They're just rap.
But Cypress Hill,
like Body Count, I understand, because that's very much heavy metal with rap.
Well, you got to remember, these are nostalgia rap acts, too, on rock festivals. They don't have brand new rappers on rock festivals. It's not current artists doing, Key Glock isn't on Riot Fest, things like that. So you go back to Run DMC and Aerosmith. If you saw that Run DMC documentary, I think it's on HBO Max. It's awesome. It's called The Kings of Queens. And they were talking about how they wanted to cover Walk This Way from Aerosmith. And I think Rick Rubin was working with them, and he's like, why don't we just call Aerosmith and see if they want to be part of this? And they were like, were you kidding me? And so they called Aerosmith. And so Walk This Way was born. Anthrax and Public Enemy, when they went out on the road in the early 90s, I went to that tour. That was when those two fan bases, it was a coin toss whether or not you were going to get stabbed in the bathroom at the Aragon Ballroom, but the tour continued. I saw Body Count with Ice-T on the first Lollapalooza when there were like 6 bands, and Body Count was one of them, because they figured, well, the attitudes of these fans are the same, these groups, right? So when you talk about Cypress Hill, 3 6 Mafia, those are, millennial kids grew up with rap and rock. So when they have them on, again, they don't have brand new artists on these rock festivals. But some of the biggest stuff Cypress Hill did was rock. So, they dropped Skull and Bones in 2000. I had just gone to Pittsburgh to work. And Cypress Hill drops an album called Skull and Bones. It was a double album. One of them was all rap. It was like Eminem and Noriega and all these other dudes. And the other one was rap, or rock, rather. So they had Rap Superstar. They had Rock Superstar. It was honestly the best album of that year was Skull and Bones. And Rock Superstar was a massive hit for Cypress Hill. Tech Nine did all 6s and 7s. That was him and a bunch of rock guys. That was another massive record. So at that time, and again, like what that texter was talking about before, it's all white suburban kids buying rap records. You know, you got a bunch of milky gingers, Bill, you know, desperate to pretend that they're hard, or they're sitting around getting high. So I don't understand I don't know. When people get on that whole thing, I don't get it because it's like they've been asleep for 30 years.
Also, when it's a festival, there's 30 other bands that are on the festival, and you can just go, oh, I don't like this. I'm going to go find something else to watch. There's
or
another
go
band.
wait 45 minutes in a line for some French fries, you know?
Some
way
terrible
God
French
intended.
fries.
Dude, I was so mad when we went to what's it called last year?
Sonic Temple.
Brighton's Vegetarian. They had one vegetarian stand, and lines.
That always
at those...
surprises me because that's such a bigger thing now than it used to be.
And I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, I get it. It's a rock festival. Maybe they still think that's gay. I don't know.
No, it's not that. I
But
don't know what it is.
It had the longest line of any of them. And like you're waiting for like a burger, you're still waiting a half hour. You know what I mean? At any of the lines. But the vegetarian stand was, dude, it was like an hour. Brian's doing his metal thing.
It's got to be more logistics than anything else because I think Sonic Temple uses primarily local Columbus vendors.
Yeah.
But in Columbus, there have to be a ton of vegetarian places.
There were like options at like, you know, not at every stand, but there were stands that were like, oh, we have a veggie burger or we have this. But there was one stand that was like, hey, everything here is vegetarian. They had wraps, they had burgers, they had, you know, whatever, salads.
More wraps at the rock festival?
I mean, you go to Lollapalooza or Bonnaroo, try finding meat at one of the stops. Oh, I'm a carnivore. You got anything for me? So, Dex, that would be my thought on it. And by the way, that's why rap artists are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. For all these people who complain that rock and roll is too soft, a lot of rap artists, they're the new rock and rollers. You know, all that defiance and nonconformity when rock bands used to scream at each other and throw crap and talk shrimp about, you know, that's all rap now. So I don't have a problem with that at all. But you can blame Run DMC and Aerosmith and Anthrax and Public Enemy and Ice-T. But again, just that you're able to rattle off half a dozen of them, it goes way back. But Dex is very specific. I got, I always like to hear from people who say, you know, I have amassed so many drops and sound effects over the course of my career that people will go, where is that from? They'll email me, hey, that thing you play, where is that from? And 9 times out of 10, I will say, I don't know. I've had it for so long. There's just all these things I've collected over the years that I couldn't tell you where they come from. And so it always makes me laugh when somebody emails me and goes, oh my God, I was watching fill in the blank, and I heard one of your drops in this show, and I didn't know that's where it's from. And usually I'm like, I didn't know where that was from either. And it happened to me the other day where I have a drop, and I don't know where it came from. And then I was watching a show, and it was in the show. I go, oh, my God, that's where that's from.
Boobs.
You guys know where that's from. When I play Boobs?
I do.
Boobs.
Was it from The Simpsons?
No. It's from The Office when he's got Harvey.
Oh, yeah.
The computer. He
Yeah.
turns the computer around and puts lips on it.
Boobs.
Me love you, Long Tim.
Yeah.
And then he's like,
Long
who's
Tim.
Long
Who's
Tim?
Long
Yeah.
Tim? Yeah.
Boobs.
I'm watching, and because I started watching The Office from the beginning, so I'm like halfway through season 3. And I'm like, oh, my God. That's where that's... So it happened to me. My own drops. Right? I was through the looking glass.
Boobs.
I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, you can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
To compete in this tournament, it'll take a lot of balls and not very big ones.
That's perfect. Now try Babbel free. Just go to Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
All right, you want to go see KK's Priest? I'm going to have Ripper Owens on the Metal Show tomorrow night, talking about the gig coming up. KK's Priest, KK Downing, legend from Judas Priest, Ripper Owens and pals are on the road and coming to play March 20th at the Agora with special guest LA Guns and Burning Witches, all-female group from Switzerland who kill it. Want to go see them? Caller 10. These tickets are yours. The Return of the Sinner Tour, agoracleveland.com for all the details. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If he sounds super excited to see you,
hey, what's up?
Remember, he is a paid performer.
As a broadcaster, he's real good.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. Just helping out in the video department today. Take a quick peek. On this, the first day of March, mini hoops. Oh,
what
that's
a
so
weird
sweet.
coincidence.
What a weird coincidence. You know, Bill's going to be out tonight for the Bud Light March mini hoops competition. The first of many appearances that he and I will be doing.
Yes.
Bill is at Rookies tonight in Parma Heights from 7 to 9. And then tomorrow night, I will be at the Brew Garden in Middleburg Heights from 6 to 8. We get 2 winners from each spot, by the way.
And then they compete in the finals on the 23rd, correct?
That's correct.
Where's that one again?
I know where it is. I don't have the details on the time, but it will be at On Tap in Medina.
Oh, okay.
You know where that is.
I do know where that is.
Yeah.
That's right down the street from my parents.
We're still nailing down the time. I figured when
Great
I was
place.
done with the finals, I would go and say hi to Sue and
Jim.
Jim.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I always think your dad's name is Don?
That is his real. His name's Donald James.
Okay.
But he goes by Jim.
Because when I've talked to him,
Mm-hmm.
and it hasn't been for a while, but he's always very
They said
nice.
the same thing. They said, "Why hasn't Alan talked to us in a while?"
Well, they're unfailingly polite. Your
Yeah,
parents
they're
are
very kind.
Oh my goodness, they're just the nicest people. And so maybe I will. Like, how would they like it if I showed up at their house?
Oh, they'd be just fine with it. They'd be like, "Oh, thanks for visiting." They'd be,
And then they'd slam the screen door in my face.
No,
wouldn't
they would not at all. They'd invite you in. They'd probably give you some food.
Okay.
They're. I don't say they love a drop by, but they're not gonna.
Well, nobody
be
does.
rude.
Yeah,
They're
I
not gonna be
understand.
rude about it.
Would they show me the bunker?
Do they have one?
I'm assuming they do. Do they not?
If they do, I'm not privy to it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They haven't shown it to you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that can't be a good sign.
Hey, it's their bunker.
They figure that you will have your own.
Or they figure
Up
hey,
there in your
he's
penthouse
made his
apartment in the
choices.
sky. Yeah, okay.
He's gonna get raptured or he's not.
Uh-huh. Right.
I don't think so, but I love On Tap. That'll be a fun one for the finals.
Well, the full schedule of where we will be. I will be out every Saturday in March. Bill is doing Thursdays and Fridays.
Yes.
So tonight is the very first one. He'll be at Rookies in Parma Heights. Tomorrow night I will be at the Brew Garden in Middleburg Heights. But if you go to WMMS.com and all of the details and the scheduling, if you can't make it this weekend, there's plenty more you can come to.
And they're free to attend.
Free to attend. We'll
free
get
to compete.
2 winners each week. There's simply no way to know how many winners that is per hour.
Mm-hmm.
But the grand prize is getting you to Vegas and the National Bud Light March Mini Hoops. It's like Pop-A-Shot.
Yeah.
March Mini Hoops winner will get $10,000. There's no reason that can't be you.
Now, the reason I can't do those Saturday ones is because I got stand-up shows. So if you want to see me do some stand-up on a Saturday, BillSquire.com. Willoughby tomorrow. Lorraine next week. Lorraine, lots of clicks. A lot of people clicking on the event. I see the numbers there.
Oh, you can see the clicks.
Let's turn them into sales.
Hmm.
Let's get those Because Willoughby's almost sold out. It might be sold out. I haven't checked.
And that's the one where Poundcake's working the door.
Yes.
Doing his loose 5. Right?
No, that's
loose 5.
That's what he calls the date after the gig.
Oh.
Hey-oh!
Because he's going to be banging a loose 5. I get it.
Did I send you guys the Bay Village is getting a gazebo?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
That's exciting.
Speaking of loose 5s.
That's why I want Bill to keep his stink finger out of my fine community.
Well, I'm a taken man right now, so I think that'll be just fine.
All right. What, Mary?
I didn't say it.
I thought she was.
I don't mess with 5s. Come on.
What?
She's talking about the girls that I be fingering.
What's the matter with
She's
that?
calling them loose 5s.
We don't finger a 10. You finger a 5, right?
I didn't know there were moves reserved for certain numbers.
See,
I'm saying the girls that I've done it with have been 7-ups. Maybe a 6.
That means he used a glass bottle.
Uh-huh.
I
Take 7 up yours.
Yeah. I can only cast my mind back to high school because that was the last time that I did that.
That's how you
figure once you become
When you
an
just
adult,
do that and don't do anything else.
Once you can do other things, why am I doing that? Like
because
once
you're in public and you're at a gazebo and you can't be pulling other. Can't be pulling your stuff out.
once I have more arrows in my quiver.
They might be wearing a dress.
Yeah.
I don't think I've done that as an adult. I can think of one time that Brian and I were like fooling around on the couch, and it was like a surprise where I was like, "Oh,
that's one of my favorite things.
To completion, huh? That was crazy.
That's one of my
like,
favorite
I was not
things.
ready for that.
When I do that to a girl to completion, they're like, "How'd you do that?" I'm like, "What?"
But even after that, we still had sex.
Yeah.
It wasn't just that. So the
Right, but
last
it's
time it
still-
was just hand stuff. I honestly don't know.
Well, here's the
I like
issue
to do.
too.
I like to do a hand stuff, and then just walk away and just be like, "Have a good night."
I'd
And
be
they're like,
so
"What
mad
the
at you.
hell?"
Oh,
Here's the
Why?
issue too.
If you finished,
because that makes you want to do more.
Well, I want to tread lightly here, but here's the
Okay.
issue too: is that contrary to popular belief, not every girl finishes with the outside stuff.
That's true.
Right.
So if you get one of those, then you're
that's why I like gazebos because you're inside and outside at the same time.
yeah, but it's like you don't want to feel like they're just riding it out and
No,
playing
of
along.
course. Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
Alan, let Mary know I started in Cleveland with kegs and eggs and a parade on St. Patty's Day. I got on a plane at noon to Vegas. Everybody on the plane was hammered. And
See,
or
that's what I was
drinking.
like.
But that's a plane to Vegas.
To Vegas with Cleveland. I think the big factor here that you're not going to see is Minneapolis isn't a huge St. Patrick's Day
Because I'm flying
city.
home. I'm flying from Minneapolis to New York City, though.
Yeah.
Will people be going to New York to celebrate?
To celebrate, yeah. And they're like, these beer prices in the airport are so cheap compared to New York. I got to fill up.
Pretzels are making me thirsty. Devotion to Accuracy, by the way, I mentioned that Run DMC documentary was on HBO, is on Peacock.
You idiot.
Which is going to be merged with Paramount. So it will soon be on Paracock. Or whatever they're going to call that. I don't know. They'll probably have some new dumb name for it, but...
P-Mount?
Yeah, maybe. They
Well, I
can't
imagine
do,
it's
they
like-
can't do Cockmount, right?
Because
They
Peacock
can't-
is Universal, right?
Yes.
So...
NBC Universal is
Yeah.
Peacock. Paramount is like Viacom, CBS. That well, it's
Paramount's
Paramount now.
Paramount's
but
the
it's its
main
own thing. Yeah.
I imagine it's just all going to swallow up and just be in just Paramount.
They'll have one streamer that encompasses everything, and it'll just be called blah.
Just be called television.
Yeah.
TV
Hey guys,
Plus.
remember cable? Alan, where did you get the pee pee poo poo song? Robert, right?
Yes,
He
Robert,
called to
yes.
let us know. My children are 22 and 25, and they love the pee pee poo poo song.
What I like to do, pee pee poo, poo poo poo. I like to do too, poo poo pee pee poo. Poo poo pee pee poo poo pee 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 poo poo poo. Oh, pee pee's what I like to do, pee pee poo poo poo. I like to do too, poo poo pee pee poo.
He's got good pipes.
He does, but Robert called us and was very intent
on
making sure that he got credit, and I certainly did not want to deprive him of that. I just didn't realize that it was him.
He was a little ornery, but you got to separate the art from the artist, right, Poundcake?
Sure. Sure. Somebody else, I mentioned earlier, Poundcake's antebellum slave cosplay period piece. Somebody referred to it as the Underground Mail Road. Is that what they called it?
Yeah.
Somebody else suggested the Underbrown Railroad.
I like the Mail Road.
I think so, too.
I don't want to think anything brown when I'm going down.
Well, it's your name.
I know.
Okay, I mean, Oh, Paramount called off that merger. Is that?
Oh,
Well,
really?
I think that the probably a government agency called that off. I think they were trying to say that would be a monopoly. I don't know if it's the FTC or the SEC or whatever it is. I think that there was some concern that was going to be. And again, I don't know how they choose what two companies would be too big to merge because massive companies are merging all the time, and nobody seems to care. So I don't know.
Google owns YouTube.
Yes. Well, they have for a long time, though.
And so, but there's YouTube TV.
But they bought YouTube when it was a lot smaller than it is now, too. They were just like, this is going to be massive. Let's buy it.
Google itself is like a monopoly. Like, no one uses Ask Jeeves or Yahoo Answers. Like, it's embedded into my phone. Even when I try not to use Google, like, if I just type something into a URL, it's like, oh, I didn't ask Google. I just typed in, I wanted to go to the website, and then Google pops up. I'm like, y'all doing too much.
Well, you can set ask.com. It used to be called Ask Jeeves, but Ask is still a thing. Quora is still a thing, I think.
But that's
Ever
not
go
a
to
search
Quora?
engine.
Yeah, Quora's still a thing, but it's
more like a Reddit, right?
Kind of.
a little bit,
It's like crowdsourced answers.
So Mary's here today. She will also be here next Friday in the room. And so as such, next Friday is when...
Don't bring it up. Don't bring it up.
Next Friday is when we will do our Polar Blast punishment. Bill won this year's Polar Blast battle, so Poundcake and Mary and I will be doing that one-chip challenge. Now, Dr. Ryan Berglund from the Cleveland Clinic will also be here to give us a reprieve the last hour of the show.
What a great day.
But if you have a drippy
For
wiener,
you,
there
you
is...
get-
What?
For him, he's like, what a great day. That's going to be so much fun.
And the customers.
Right. The punishments are for the customers. It ain't for us. So we will do that next Friday. Dr. Ryan Berglund from the Cleveland Clinic, who joins us a few times a year, we do a segment called Is It Red? And he helps you guys with weird problems you got going on down there in the strike zone. So if you anticipate, I've already had a handful of people hit me up. Hey, how do I get a question to you? Alan@AlanCoxShow.com is how you can email me in advance. I keep an Is It Red file, and I will put it in there. If you want to remain anonymous, that's no problem. Otherwise, we'll take your calls live, your texts, all that next Friday. So the first 3 hours of the show, each one of us will take an hour and do that chip challenge. And then by the time Dr. Berglund gets here, we'll probably be so blown out that we'll just take your calls.
Did you decide what your wow, I'm having a stroke.
Go ahead. Take your time.
Your beverage of alleviation will be.
No, I think I'm going to bring yogurt.
I think I'm gonna bring vanilla ice cream.
Okay.
I saw that a shake is a good call too.
Mhm.
So I think I'm gonna bring some like oat milk vanilla ice cream.
They changed those Shamrock shakes, didn't they?
What do you mean they changed them?
Well, my daughter wanted one, and she had never had one. I said, yeah, okay. And so I got a little one, and I took... First of all, they're like neon green now.
They've always been that color.
No, I don't recall that. They
Yeah.
used to be kind of a muted green, so I don't know if they're... they're
They've been
really
that
bright green.
They've been that bright green for a long
Have
time.
they?
Yeah,
though,
for as long as I can remember.
Like,
Well, I
I
guess
know
I
what you're
haven't-
talking about, where it's more of a mint green.
Yes.
But it's been that
Okay.
for at least 10 years.
Well, I guess that tells you how long since I've had one, but I thought maybe that was a recent development. It tastes fine. I took a sip.
You like mint?
Like mint chocolate chip, that kind of
like
thing?
mint. I mean, that is a mint flavored beverage.
Right.
I loved Shamrock Shake.
It's not supposed to be a mint chocolate flavor?
No.
Oh,
It
okay.
is. If that's what you're expecting, that might be why you think it.
No, I
tastes
just
weird.
thought maybe it was a muted kind of...
No, it's just
okay.
mint.
Just mint.
Maybe it was my
now,
brain
maybe you can add
associating it
chocolate
with...
chips when you get home.
Or chocolate syrup.
I didn't do that.
There you go.
But somebody left a message on the iHeartRadio app with a suggestion for next Friday.
Here's the trick to win this punishment. You need to go out You need to get COVID, and that way you won't be able to taste or smell anything. Chip won't be hot. That's how you win. COVID for champions.
Wait, would it still tingle?
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
And your throat would still
right.
hurt.
It would still tear battery acid through you. And I've ordered those chips, by the way. We will have an extra one, Bill, if you want to join us, because they come in packs of 2.
Give one to Ryan Berglund.
Ooh, that'd be
Make
fun.
him
God.
Make him answer drippy peen questions.
Right. It will definitely be red.
I don't know. I got an event that night, so I don't know.
Right,
if
no, I
I
don't
want to do that. Yeah.
So, yeah, no.
We can save that last one for maybe another time.
Yeah, I'll put it in the back pocket. But that would also, not everybody, the one time I had COVID, I didn't have any symptoms. So that would have to be contingent on somebody losing their smell and taste, which are basically the same thing, but which a lot of people did when they got COVID. So the plan theoretically is not a bad one, but man, you'd still feel it burn.
And your butt.
COVID for champions. Like that, though. Yeah, and your butt, too. That's not going to feel good. You're not going to like that. Mary, I notice you're not laughing at all the fart humor.
Is that right? Is that the right noise?
I'm sorry? Oh. Stop. Pee pee poo. So that'll be next Friday. We'll do the punishments. We'll we won't do Dr. Ryan Berglund, but he'll be here and he'll do you.
Yourself.
Yeah, you want to get the weekend going. We're going to take Dr. Berglund in the back and figure out what's what. Speaking of chips, they have determined, I was reading a thing today, that Rice Krispie Treats have beaten Doritos as America's favorite snack.
Bro, they're so
They
good.
are so good. And even like a really good homemade one, I think the preservative chemicals make it taste better when it comes out of the wrapper. Now, that doesn't mean like a Fruity Pebble Rice Krispie Treat, I'll lose my mind. Like the homemade ones, if you see those at like a bake sale or if your friend has like whatever.
You can make them pretty easily, too.
Right, but like those packaged silver and blue classic Rice Krispie Treats, man, those things are so good.
I get the ones with the chocolate coating on the bottom.
Yeah.
And so you have it, or a little chocolate chip, or
They are great. They are a top snack.
Like everything's better when you're high, but they taste pretty damn good when you're sober as well. Like they're probably just as good.
Well, Gwen will occasionally make them with Fruity Pebbles.
Oh, the best.
Oh, my God.
You can make them with any cereal.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Well, I've...
Grape Nuts ones aren't that good.
Yeah, Special K. Well, yeah, I'm curious when you look at these maps, why there are regional favorites. I don't know if it's because of shipping or what it is, but like Doritos, massive in like Ohio and then down into the South. Whereas Cheetos, Texas, up the West Coast, Rice Krispie Treats have the most ground, but like Fritos are huge in a couple states. And boy, I love me some Fritos. Cheetos
are good.
Are biggest in Illinois, and Chex Mix is in there too. But
Chex Mix. The Chex Mix, I'll eat an entire bag of it. But I'm also a person, I don't want anything but the Chex. If I could get a bag,
You don't
of
want the
just,
party mix.
I don't. No. Chex Mix
Has all
has
that
pretzels and breadsticks and rye chips and all that.
Yeah.
I just want the Chex.
That's Gardetto's.
No, regular Chex Mix
I know.
has all that in it.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyway, Rice Krispie Treats have topped out over Doritos in these United States.
I'm trying to think if there's a snack.
Chex Mix is the biggest in Montana, North Dakota, and Hawaii.
What about Slim Jims? Are they on there?
No.
I had a Slim Jim today.
What do they say, Bill? Step into a Slim Jim?
No. Snap.
I'm sorry? That makes no sense.
You want to snap into
snap. Hey, you want to snap into a Slim Jim?
Yeah, you sound just like Macho Man Randy Savage.
Snap
into that Slim Jim.
So there was a meme going around that Rob Zombie looked like the ghost of Randy Macho Man Savage.
That's
or something.
funny.
That's pretty
very
good.
accurate.
Yeah. March 4th is National Snack Day, and so they were doing this in anticipation of that, Gesundheit.
March 4th and get diabetes.
Yeah!
Dude, I've had a diabetic day. I haven't had a real meal yet. I had breakfast at the airport lounge in New York, but then I was planning on eating when my plane landed, but I got stuck at the rental car place, so I had a Pop-Tart and Cheez-Its. Then my sister made pierogies, and then I had a Slim Jim and a Red Bull.
How did you, Jesus, how did you land on Cheez-Its and what? Cheez-Its and Pop-Tart. Were they cinnamon brown sugar?
No, they only had strawberry. Cinnamon brown sugar is my favorite, though.
That's most people's favorite. How did you land on Pop-Tarts and Cheez-Its?
Well, the Pop-Tarts were the most, meal-esque item in the vending machine.
Okay.
There was a lot of candy bars.
Yep.
So I was like, Pop-Tarts, I guess I could say, are kind of like a breakfast food, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what they are.
so I
meant
got
for.
those first, and then I was looking, and it was like 90% candy bars. But then they had like a bag of pretzels, the bag of Cheez-Its, a bag of baked Lay's barbecue, and maybe one other thing. And I was like, well, I guess I'm going to get some Cheez-Its. And so those were the two things that weren't a candy bar that sounded like I might be able to leverage them into a meal. And then pierogies, and then a Red Bull and a Slim Jim, and then I had half a cookie out there. So I'm not doing great today.
I had that lobster roll that I was talking about yesterday. And it
Oh,
lived up to
the mayo.
Oh, so good. So
But
good. It wasn't very heavy on the mayo.
But the reason that we discussed that is because we got that customer who submitted his own stairway fart, and you surmised that maybe the combination of the lobster roll and the mayo, and then the beer tonight from your appearance. Do you think that later on tonight that's still going to happen?
Oh yeah, we're gonna
be able to update your stairwell fart.
We're gonna give it a good shot. I think when I get back home, because I have a show too, so I got to do the radio, the mini hoops event, and then it's Imposter Theater's 1 year anniversary, and I'm closing out that show there at 9:30. I think that's sold out already, and then I'll be home late. A little.
So you got a full night of churn in the gut, to get ready for when you get
Taco Bell
home.
on the way home.
Ooh, that's not a bad idea.
Extra sour cream. I hate that so much.
And then between either tonight or tomorrow morning, we're getting a stairwell fart. We're gonna get a doozy.
Well, that's your first
so
one.
good. It's so good.
It's great. I don't know how you're going to top it, but I believe that you will. Anyway, there's some food news for you. All right, I'm going to break. I will have those Primus and Coheed and Cambria tickets for you. They're doing that co-headlining run this summer, and if you want to go, we'll hook you up coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Friday, March 8th is International Women's Day, and iHeartRadio is celebrating the women who make music, influence change, and create.
Citron, host of the Better Offline podcast. I've been both a tech writer and tech executive for 15 years, and I've seen this industry grow from a bunch of dorks building things in their garage into a multi-trillion-dollar behemoth that has monetized every corner of our lives. Better Offline is a podcast where I'll lead you through the good, the bad, and the stupid of the tech industry and tell you exactly how venture capitalists and technocrat billionaires intend to influence your digital lives, for better or for worse. Listen to Better Offline on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Time to give stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go see Primus and Coheed and Cambria. Double headlining, double headliners, yeah. With special guest Too Many Zoos. The tour comes to Cleveland on Monday night, August the 5th, out at Blossom. LiveNation.com. Got the details for you. Les Claypool is God. If you ever had that sign anywhere, or you've got a Primus Sucks sticker on your car, or any variation thereof, you can get the last pair from me this week. Call 10. Good luck. Primus and Coheed. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you find yourself breathless with constant laughter, congratulations. Now, could you tell us what show you're listening to? It sounds fun. This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got the Bill Squire Friday Get Down later on. So we begin the weekend here. Mary in the room with us today. You're doing the Funny Stop this weekend? Is that what's going on?
Funny Stop Comedy Club in Cuyahoga Falls. I got 2 shows tonight, 7:30 and 9:30. So if you're looking for something to do last minute, you can actually get 2-for-1 tickets to the shows tonight as like a little last minute deal. You just got to call and say, hey, I heard Mary on the radio say 2-for-1 tickets. 330-923-4700. And then 1 show tomorrow because the early show's already sold out tomorrow. So 1 show at 9:30 tomorrow night, Saturday.
Well, what would the phone number be?
330-923-4700.
I knew you knew it. Good job.
I said it like 15 seconds ago.
She did. Bill
Did you
doesn't
not?
listen to the show, Mary.
I don't listen to Mary when she talks. I'm used to being in New York City being a big shot.
He doesn't listen to you and then asks you for information that you just gave.
But it's also good to give it again.
That's okay. Yeah. And then I fly home Monday, and then I'm back next week. And
do
then
the chip challenge.
To do the chip challenge, and it's Brian's daughter's birthday party.
Somebody texted me in the break and said, Alan, you got to go all the way in when you do your hour for your chip challenge. You've got to wash it down with Malort.
Oh, that's illegal, isn't it?
No, they sell it here.
No, to run a board.
Oh, well,
And
I mean, a shot of,
He's not going to get
I'm not going to get
blackout
wrecked on
drunk.
Malort.
You have to drink the whole bottle.
I'm sorry. I don't know that they said that. No, we had Malort at, the New Year's party we were at, or I don't remember what it was. I was turning everyone on to Malort.
When they started serving it in Cleveland, I was getting people to do shots of it all the time, and they were like,
gross.
Very grossed out. I didn't mind it. I really don't.
No, I think most people, they do it as a dare, and they go, hey, I've done it. If anybody asks, I did a shot, but nobody's, but a buddy of mine, I mean, he's a massive human. He's a fireman, and he was tugging from the bottle all night. But it barely affected him. If you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app from out of state, I'd like to know where people are listening. Rob is one of our bureau chiefs in New Orleans. Dan listens in Chicago, Illinois. Jonah is in Austin, Texas. Miles and Laura listen in Charleston, South Carolina. Amy is out on Captain Cook, Hawaii. Jamie's a new listener in Allen, Texas. And Selena listens in Allentown, Pennsylvania. I got a letter from Colin, who is one of our, he's one of our other Charleston, South Carolina bureau chiefs. There's Colin, there's Lindsay, there's a handful of people. We're well-repped in the Carolinas. He's specifically in Mount Pleasant, which he describes as the nice side of Charleston, South Carolina. He asked for my email for Dr. Ryan Berglund, and I gave him the email. And please tell Mary that she will crush it We are driving from Charleston to Macon, Georgia for our rugby game tomorrow, and we're listening to Nothing Matters
Hey.
on the way down.
Thank you.
How about that?
Look at that. Appreciate you.
I don't know how long of a trip that is from Charleston to Macon, but they are making it funnier, Mary.
Yeah. I was actually late getting in my Uber today because I had to run out to my car and grab some CDs. On the off chance that anyone in Cuyahoga Falls doesn't have one, you will have live
off chance.
Well, because usually those are the fans who are listeners who come out to shows regularly.
Oh, they're first adopters.
Yeah, they're pre-ordering them and getting like the signed and numbered copies and stuff like that. So,
Do you have any of them remaining that are numbered?
No.
Those all went, right?
Those all went. Those all go actually pretty quickly. Once I put them on pre-sale, the numbered ones go pretty fast. But I have just the regular ones, both Hillbilly Bougie and Nothing Matters, for sale this weekend.
Poundcake, did you see that your boy Jussie Smollett is out of rehab?
I didn't know he was in rehab, but
Instead of jail, I think he was in rehab, yeah.
Okay. Good for
What? Why are you mad?
Nothing, because I think he's being bullied.
Oh, you still think that he did it?
I think that he...
Or rather, you still think that what he said happened to him actually happened?
I don't think it actually happened to him. I told you, I feel like he's being extorted. I told you
You
that.
did say that, and I don't think anyone understood what you were talking about. Well, just to reset for people who might not have remembered, Jussie Smollett, going back to 2021, this was the guy who said that he had been attacked in downtown Chicago in the dead of winter outside a Subway sandwich shop by two guys in MAGA hats, and they threw bleach on him, and they had ropes. And listen, you'll find no sympathy from me for you MAGA dopes, but there was nothing about it that made sense. That a couple of dudes carrying bleach and rope in downtown Chicago at 2 a.m. outside of... None of it made sense. And that he was... the conclusion that came to was that he made the whole thing up to try to get attention for a show that he was on, and he didn't think that he was getting enough attention. But it turned into a whole thing, by the way, because he's appealed it. He's waiting to hear from the Illinois Supreme Court if they will hear his appeal. But he got charged with a whole bunch of stuff. Filing a false report. And, anyway, he did 5 months in rehab, and he's got himself that's enough time to go by. People have short memories. That's enough time for him to get some new representation. Because when you come out, it doesn't really matter what you've done. Short of a capital offense, right? They're not going to put you in rehab if you killed somebody. But when you come out, that's the way to do it. You come out, public opinion goes, he was in the grips of his addiction. People saw him in rehab reading Matthew Perry's memoir, which is a nice little, that's a nice touch. Unfortunately, Matthew Perry died of an overdose, but he certainly had his struggles, obviously. So Jussie Smollett now, he's got new reps, and he's looking for work. He's directed a film that he's hoping will see the light of day. It's got his girl Vivica A. Fox in it, who was on that show Empire with him and has been Team Jussie since day one.
Vivica Fox is in Empire?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, now you do. Okay. So, if his appeal, this appeal is so he doesn't go to prison. If he files the appeal and they if the appeal fails, he'll do prison time. Now, it'll be barely anything, but, I imagine, Poundcake, he'll be looking for some kind of public advocacy, and that might be something you can get on.
He's going to have to pay
Should make yourself heard with his people.
Well, I already am. I'm on a public platform saying that I feel like, and again, I have...
Right, but I'm saying that they're not hearing this. I mean, you should make yourself available to them as a public figure.
Well, if he thinks I'm
Speak on his behalf.
If he thinks I'm credible enough, then have his people hit my people, which is me, slide in my DMs, and then I'd be happy to help.
They always have to come to you, don't they?
Yes, why would
you never want to make the first step.
I'm not thirsty for
It's
Jussie
not about
Smollett.
being thirsty. It's about being an ally.
I am an ally.
Please.
I'm advocating for him for free. But
they don't know it. What I'm saying is you would have to make yourself known to them.
Oh, please, Jesse, please let me work for you.
Not begging. Nobody's asking you to beg. You're right. There's no payoff for you.
How would I get in touch with them? I'm just going to send them a message on Instagram.
Bill, I'm trying to have a little fun here with the whole premise, and it's just like grinding glass in the backyard trying to turn it back into sand. I'll tell you what might help him, by the way, now that he's going to be back out, is reacclimating himself to what the kids are saying, to what all the hip slang is. Now, everything old is new again. And somebody sent me this video of, there was a show called 8 is Enough in the 80s. And the oldest brother was an actor named Grant Goodeve. And in the 80s, he was still a big deal. And so they got him to do a video at the tail end of the 80s about the slang you were going to need to know heading into the 90s.
Oh, I saw this.
Have you seen this?
This is good.
And this is great
because top-notch
slang,
too.
It is slang. Listen, as a kid of the 80s, right? I was class of 1989 in high school. Going into the 90s, I can tell you I never heard anyone use any of this slang. So either this is a top-level troll or, slang moves so quickly, and it is largely regional. But boy, I never heard any of these. Should I show this or just play it?
Oh, I say show it.
Here's him getting you hip to the slang you're going to need to know to be relevant and hip in the 90s.
Stayed up with the times, you know that awesome or big time will get the point across as in, that was an...
Is there any way to blow up these Instagram videos full screen? I don't think that there is. I don't think it's ours. I think it's Instagram. I don't know that you can full screen these, right? That's why I'm always hesitant to, play them. No, that's a whole other thing, yeah. I don't think it's ours. I think it's theirs.
It's on YouTube. It should be on YouTube.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's on...
All right.
It's on YouTube. If it's on Instagram, it's on YouTube.
Because somebody sent me this, so... 90s guide to... Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. Well, let me set this up here, and then I'll get it to you. Okay, hold on. Here we go.
1991. Big time will get the point across as in, that was an awesome evening segment I just saw. Well, here are some other phrases you want to know if you want to be sure to sound hip in the 90s.
Yo, a greeting.
Yo, Curb, what's up?
Clutch the pearls, said in amazement or disbelief.
Well, you know he's married. Clutch the pearl.
Clutch the pearls.
Now, pearl clutching, that's nothing new, but I like the act outs are great.
The fact that she's wearing pearls and clutches them went...
It's the whole point, Bill.
Whole another level.
This is part of that K5 there. That I believe that's King 5, which is...
Poundcake, you should make that your thing. You should start wearing pearls and clutch the pearls whenever you're shocked by something.
He said no.
Hey, you want to do that?
He's on the phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I believe King 5 is an NBC affiliate there in Seattle, and that he had done it.
What's going on? I'm sorry.
Well, or this whole how to stay hip in the coming 90s old video I'm playing, Clutch the Pearls is supposedly something, and Bill suggested that maybe that could be your thing. You know, everything old is new again. You bring it back around 30 years later, that you wear pearls, and when somebody, as a show of surprise, you literally clutch them.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get to wear pearls all the time.
I need an ensemble to go with that.
Well, this girl's wearing a black turtleneck, so.
That's an ensemble.
Bucked. In the 80s, it was just wasted.
I don't know how many I had, but boy, did I get bucked. I sure felt it the next morning. That was really the worst thing I'd ever done.
I hope you didn't drive home.
No way.
MacGyver.
Boy, did I get bucked. I love that. And I love the hair here and the whole thing.
Bucked. I actually like bucked.
Bucked is pretty good. Again, feel free to use these,
As in the TV show where the impossible is often accomplished.
I can't believe you got off that speeding ticket. What a MacGyver.
To secretly undermine.
What? I can't believe you saw your job. You've really been Norville.
Norville. You've really been Norvilled.
Like from...
I don't even know what that is.
It's not referring... I don't know. No, that was Nordberg.
Nordberg, okay.
I thought maybe it was referring to Deborah Norville or something, but Black & Decker is your next one here.
Black & Decker. or a real tough assignment. You get the analogy, right?
This job is a real grind. It's just a Black & Decker.
Some phrases may be around.
A Black & Decker's the
Again,
worst thing I've ever
I
heard.
never
I don't
ever
even
heard
get, I don't
anyone.
get most of these.
No, because I can't. Again, I don't know if this was a
Bucked is good.
I don't like that one.
You like bucked for getting messed up?
No.
That one is going to be easily misheard.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought it was misheard when you played it. I was like,
Yeah, I saw Poundcake's face for that.
I clutched my pearl.
He did.
Hey, he's doing it.
Yup. This guy got bucked up. Peace.
Well, look, I gotta run. Peace.
Bye, Tom.
One last word for words of the 90s. You got to remember that hip slang changes rather quickly, so if you want to use any of these phrases, you better use them in a hurry. I mean, think of Bart Simpson. Cowabunga is dreadfully out of date, horribly out of style, and you don't want to appear bizotic, do you?
I don't know what that means.
Bizotic.
Bizotic. But also, don't you love that his reference there for being passé is Bart Simpson, a
Right.
show that is still on television almost 40 years later.
The fact that they're taking it so seriously and it's something so unserious like slang.
I'm sorry?
Unserious.
Thank you.
Unserious like slang. It's cringy because these are the same type of videos. First of all, I don't really see that many people of color. And it's the same type of people that are in those. All right, today we're going to learn hip hop. And they're always in like a leotard.
That's hip hop.
They're in a leotard and like one of those headbands. And they're like, all right, so you want to be hip hop?
That lady with the Dorothy Hamill hair that makes the rounds on
It's like,
social media.
First, you got to lean your body.
Yeah.
And
You cross your arms. That's hip hop.
These are hood hands. I'm like, oh my gosh, hood doesn't have spirit fingers, lady.
One of my friends had a very Poundcake moment because they didn't understand the proper use of dingleberries. They just thought dingleberries was balls.
Oh, yeah.
And they thought, so they're like, yeah, my husband run around Winnie the Pooh in it with his dingleberries out. I'm like, what are you? Why does he have dingleberries?
He needs a wipe.
Yeah, I'm like, why does he have dingleberries? And she's like, he's a guy. He's got balls, and they're hanging out. And I was like, oh, you don't know what dingleberries means. And, yeah.
Hey,
Embarrassed when she knew.
Poundcake thought Mark Wahlberg's Funky Bunch was his balls.
Yeah.
But that
My
first of all,
husband's walking around with his Funky Bunch and dingleberries hanging out.
That's the fault of the marketing of Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
Don't try to
it
come up with an
because
explanation.
I never saw.
You were the only person in the world who didn't know what they were talking
I
about.
beg to differ because I've watched that Good Vibrations video for hours on end, and I ain't seen no Funky Bunch.
Yep.
I just saw Marky Mark. If no one made gave any attention to the Funky Bunch. I don't even know what they look like. Who are the members?
We've gone over them before. With a fine-toothed comb, but
Did they get a reality show? Did they get a spinoff?
We didn't say they were popular. We just said they were the Funky
Did
Bunch.
they get a separate deal?
They weren't his balls.
After Mark transitioned into movies, did they have like a album deal?
No,
Nothing.
we didn't say they were popular.
No.
They just were.
They spun off
his
into a
backing
band
band.
called the Dingleberries, and it just really didn't take off.
They stunk.
Like that's your claim to fame. You're the part of the Mark Wahlberg band that no one knew.
By the way, Stephen Canton has a great idea, as he so often does. Poundcake should be getting Jussie Smollett on Cake by the Lake.
Aww.
Which was last night. How was Cake by the Lake?
It was wonderful. I had my my ex roommate Josh, who's on the Cleveland Flag Committee. So I had him to come on.
Oh, yeah, they're trying to come up with that new flag for the
talk-
city of Cleveland.
to talk about it. So he gave me the rundown on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was fun. I'm open to it. Jussie, hit my line.
He's not good. Okay.
Why don't you hit him up? You know you have to put yourself in front of people, right? That's what you did with me. I didn't go looking for Poundcake. I didn't go looking for Cody Brown. You had to come in and put yourself in front of me when I was looking for an intern.
Okay. I'll download the IMDb page and email his people.
Uh-huh. Saying there might be a lot to be gained there.
We're biracial, like, you know,
Yeah.
you have a black mother, I have a black mother.
That's right.
I don't know. What else we got in common? He's a liar. I'm also a liar.
That's what you should lead with. Lead with that one.
Hey, Jussie, thanks for being here. Hey, we're both liars. So what I would like to know is, what's your worst one?
He may be a liar.
Mine was that I wasn't gay. What's your worst lie? He just looks at you. Well, I'm currently embroiled in a little bit of litigation over it.
I just happen to think that he ain't like he. There's like not the whole truth being told, but I don't think he's.
No, you want to somehow balance the scales and find a justification for his lies. You don't want to flat out go, this brother is full of shrimp. He's just, you talk about looking for clout.
It's unfathomable to me to think that he could be
not.
smarter than everybody else.
It's not smarter than everybody else.
Well,
He got caught.
But what I'm saying is, in order to do it, he had to think that he was smarter, that people weren't going to find out.
Oh, yeah, he had to think that he was, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's hard for me to believe that someone thinks that they're...
Why?
We're surrounded by people. We are neck deep in people who think they're way smarter than they are.
But on a lower scale, like, I'm paranoid now, and I don't have much to be paranoid about, honestly. But if he's at that level, people know who he is. It's easy to be taken advantage of and get extorted. I think he put himself in a situation that ended badly. That's all.
Well, you are right about that.
He's a victim of...
This is what I'm saying.
Being reckless.
You are finding a way to make him a victim.
He was being reckless and negligent, but that does not equate liar and...
It also doesn't make him a victim.
Tomfoolery.
Murder and tomfoolery. We've come full circle. I've got to take a break. You want to send me a text? 35192. I'll have those Vampire Weekend tickets for you a little closer to 520 if you want to check out that show. I'll have the last pair for you this week. If you are listening on the iHeartRadio app, you can send us messages there, too.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Crystal was devastated because she found out her husband, kind of her ex-husband, has a girlfriend behind her back. And Charlie, you figured this out because she was not talking, and that's a red flag if she doesn't talk.
Yeah. So.
And then she started crying a lot in here.
No.
Crying right in front of you, Charlie? And what do you do? Because I know you're so sympathetic. A shoulder to cry.
I think I made up an excuse I had to go to the bathroom. I really don't remember what I was like, I need to get out of
You're
here.
such
A state road at Redfern Road in Cleveland, Lorraine, west of Triscuit. In Geauga County, Northview Drive at West High Street. Inner Belt South, a tad bit slow between Superior and Prospect. Opportunity Corridor busy westbound between Buckeye and East 55. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Summa Health, vital for award-winning brain care. Orly's a single dad, so when he started having headaches and Summa Health found a brain tumor, he was scared, but they removed the tumor, and Orly was home 3 days later. To learn more, visit summahealth.org/brain.
This Black History Month and every day, UNCF uplifts the history and culture of the African American community and salutes the past, present, and future of excellence and high achievement at historically Black colleges and universities. As we celebrate our 80th anniversary, UNCF remains effective and steadfast in supporting HBCUs to consistently graduate outstanding Americans of all backgrounds. Go to uncf.org/donate to support the new generation of Black activists, leaders, artists, business owners, and educators, because a mind is a terrible thing to waste.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I believe we have another winner on the phone. What do you think about that? This guy's a weirdo.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Anybody here dig Silver Sun pickups?
I do.
I love these guys.
I love them.
Why has there been no promotion at all for their tour?
I don't know.
They're playing the House of Blues tomorrow night.
They are?
Yes. I saw a buddy of mine at home post a photo. He goes to tons of shows. I used to work with him at my Chicago station. He's not in the business anymore, but he's still very much like he's going to shows all the time. And he's like, oh, tonight, I can't wait for this show, whatever. It was a picture of Silver Sun Pickups were playing somewhere in Chicago like last week. And I was like, whoa. Oh, I wonder if they're coming to Cleveland. Yeah, tomorrow night.
That's a bummer because that was one of the bands that I was supposed to see, and then COVID shut it down, and I never got to see them. I would love to see them live. But
they've been around for about 25 years. I mean, Physical Thrills is the new album. This one's called Panic Switch. This one goes back a ways, but boy, Silver Sun Pickups are great. They're playing Kalamazoo, Michigan tonight, the State Theater. I know that venue well. Detroit, Sunday, Toronto, Montreal. Man, that sucks.
Yeah.
Bill's out tonight. He's got a gig tomorrow. I have a gig tomorrow night. I can't. Maybe I'll poke my head at. Oh, no, sold out. Well, of course it is.
You could pull some strings over there at the House of Blues.
I got no strings to pull. I got no strings to pull.
I have House of Blues strings if you want me.
If a show is sold out, it's sold out, Mary.
Oh, speaking of sold out shows, my early show tonight just sold out.
Hey, congrats.
So there are tickets available for tonight at 9:30 and tomorrow night at 9:30.
I'm sorry, where is the show?
The Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls. I think they're still doing 2-for-1 tickets for tonight at 9:30. If you want to call 330-923-4700.
What's
Bill,
the number again?
That was 330-923-4700 or funnystop.com. But yeah, I just got a text message in the break that was like, early show tonight sold out. So we're going to have a good weekend.
You and Silver Sun Pickups.
Look at us killing it.
Doing sold out shows.
And almost no promotion. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, seriously, I mean, if I haven't heard us running any ads for Silver Sun Pickups.
I don't know who that is.
They're an LA band.
Like
I mean, they're great.
90s.
Well, they've been around for about 25 years. I mean, yeah, early aughts.
But they kind of hit big with that song, Panic Switch.
Well, no, they hit big with Lazy Eye.
Oh, Lazy Eye, yeah. Lazy Eye.
0506, maybe. Yeah.
It's crazy that they've been around that long. Because I'm like, oh, they've been around for 25 years, so they started in like the early 90s. Nope, 2000. It sucks.
I know, right?
We're old.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do?
When things have been around the entire time I've been an adult, it really bums me out.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody about how when somebody talks about the early 90s, it is locked into my brain that that's 30 years. But 2004 being 20 years somehow doesn't resonate with me. I don't know how that is. But that's what it is. Alan, I'm still unclear as to who Poundcake thinks is extorting Jussie Smollett.
People.
Oh.
No, I said that whole thing about him possibly wanting more money, that may be true. But if he hired those two guys like they said he did,
the two dudes who
allegedly beat him up,
the Nigerian guys who fled the country, right?
Yeah, and I'm saying if he was gonna get more money, according to what the media is saying, his plan was say it worked and he didn't get caught. Say he got paid more money from the show or the studio or whatever. So those two guys that he allegedly paid to beat him up, and he paid them, I think, $2,500 a piece. They now know that he is one of the highest earning actors on that show. Knowing what they know, you think they're just gonna go away? So what I'm saying is, it could have been that he hired them, and they're like, "Well, we want more money, so we're gonna go public about this. So either give us more money, or we're going public." And I guess he called their bluff, and they went public. That's what I'm thinking. He could have wanted more money. He thought a plan was going to happen, and it fell through.
My thought is that $2,500 is not a lot of money. I would think that maybe he'd just, of course, when somebody starts getting money out of you, they don't stop.
And that's what Poundcake is saying.
Yeah.
I understand that aspect.
And there's never going to be enough money to someone who knows they can get more. So I just don't think, I think we're missing information, because I don't think that he is that stupid to think that they wouldn't try and extort him if something like that were to happen. If he were to get paid more money. So I don't know. I think we're missing part of the story. There's something missing there. And he's damn stubborn to go through court case after court case. The state of Illinois is suing him. The district attorney is about to step down. And he's still standing 10 toes down saying that he didn't do it. So if that's the case, everyone's up against him. I feel bad for him.
Understood.
Again, I don't know the full story. That's my issue. I don't want to jump on the bandwagon and just persecute him, because whatever he did, he's going to have to pay the price.
Why not? You want to do that so often. And then in this case,
to people I think deserve it.
He's growing as a person and showing some empathy for Jussie Smollett. The most to Poundcake, even someone as seemingly undeserving of empathy as Jussie Smollett, in Poundcake's view, deserves it.
Yeah. I don't like people getting piled up on.
And frankly, aren't the people that we assess to be the least deserving of it, aren't those the ones that should have it?
Yeah. I follow what you said. Yeah, no. That's all. So I'm agreeing at the fact that the story is fishy. There was some lying involved. But do I think he masterminded this plan to get more money? I am giving him the benefit of the doubt and saying that he's smarter than that, to know that these guys weren't going to keep quiet if he paid them $2,500 to be the number one paid actor on TV.
Well, he was nowhere near going to be the number one paid actor on television. He wanted more money for that show.
Yeah, but
you know who else was on that show is Terrence Howard.
Yeah, there's no way he's going to be number one paid when you got Terrence Howard on the show.
No. But Terrence Howard is one of these guys who is always, in one way or another, a colossal pain in the ass. And I think he's a talented dude. But this guy just got handed $1 million tax bill from the IRS because he owes like $980,000 or something in unpaid taxes. And he goes, I'm not paying because no descendants of slaves should be paying taxes.
Whoa.
This is the guy who got his ass kicked off Iron Man because he wanted more money. And so Terrence Howard ended up being Don Cheadle. Remember Terrence Howard?
I
Terrence Howard
yeah.
was roadie in the first Iron Man. This guy could have been set
could have
for
been War
life
Machine. He would
in
have
the
been
MCU, and he goes because at the time, remember, You know, it's old lore now, but it was a huge gamble to get Robert Downey Jr. to play Iron Man, the beginning of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, right?
It was a mess.
He was a mess. It was a huge. John Favreau went to bat for him. Everyone went to bat for him.
Well, he was a mess in the 90s. By then, he had cleaned up his act, but nobody wanted to take that chance.
Nobody wanted to take the chance. So Terrence Howard goes, look, I'm the big name in Iron Man.
That's crazy.
At that time, we're talking 20 years ago. He was
Hustle
off
and Flow.
Hustle and Flow,
yeah.
So he might have had a point, but he overplayed his hand, not realizing that those Marvel movies they were going to be ensemble pieces anyway. I mean, Jeff Bridges was in the first friggin' Iron Man. Terrence Howard was not bigger than Jeff Bridges. So, but he talked himself right out of a sweet gig.
And as soon as that movie came out, Robert Downey Jr. was back.
Yes.
That movie came out and everybody's like, we love this guy. He's fantastic.
Yep.
He booked a ton more movies. He was an instant A-list star from that movie. That movie was huge.
Yeah. And I always forget that Jeff Bridges was the bad guy in that first movie.
Obadiah Stane.
Hey, Alan, hate the show. I had to call in because this anti-fart slander propaganda
here we go.
coming from the lactose intolerant, egg-eating, IBS-having Mary Santora is just ridiculous. You got to get it together and shut that down.
Wow.
Hey, first of all, relax. Everybody.
Mary, why you bugging?
Second of all, I'm just saying, the one fart sounds disgusting. It makes me want to puke.
Which one was that, Alan?
That. That's horrendous. That's so bad.
It is really bad, but it's hilarious. Oh, no.
I hate all of it.
Is the bowl worse than the customer who sent it to us?
I don't know. They're all bad.
No, I think the customer one is way worse.
I makes me want to take my headphones off and walk out.
Because you know he left tracks.
Whoa.
That's how you know.
Yeah, he was doing a duck walk after that.
Mary, did you see the guy who covers SpongeBob as John Mayer?
No.
If John Mayer played the SpongeBob
No,
theme?
I haven't seen this.
Who lives in a pond on the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants, soaring down parts. SpongeBob SquarePants, it's not like a mountain, it's be something you wears. SpongeBob SquarePants,
this is actually really good.
I know. Like a bear. SpongeBob SquarePants, running out. SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants.
Wow, how about that?
I feel like
love
John Mayer's
Mayer so much.
I think
Did
John
that
Mayer's
guy make it move?
No, I mean,
Just because he sounds enough like John Mayer?
he sounds similar to him.
Yeah,
But
I think
that was
John
good.
Mayer is a goofy enough guy that he might pull that out at some gig.
Yeah.
Or just do it just be like, oh, you want this? I'll just do this on my TikTok or whatever.
Yeah. That was good. I like that. I love him.
There's certain theme songs that you have to sing. Like I know the Parkers theme song by heart, the Family Matters theme song. The Parkers I think is probably my favorite.
Oh, watching all this Cheers that I've been watching, that theme song, it was so hard.
They don't do they don't have theme
The
songs
Cheers theme
anymore.
song?
Yeah.
I mean, the theme songs, they were like, look, if we cut these down, first they got rid of the lyrics. They used to have long theme songs, right? They'd get full-on, well-known artists, the Family Ties theme song, right? Like well-known artists to sing television theme songs, Facts of Life, and, all those 80s hits or whatever. And then they got rid of the lyrics, and then they shortened the theme songs because they're like, we could be selling, 2 60-second spots of advertising in the time it's taken to sing this goddamn Family Ties theme song. So, and now, there's no theme songs anymore. Or they just go, beep, burner, burner.
They're staples, though. Like the Pokemon theme song is iconic. The That's So Raven theme song is so iconic. Like,
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. I don't even know that that's so, and I have 20-year-old children. I mean,
I bet.
So right.
Okay, I was gonna say I bet Mary knows it or
It's
Bill's
the
kids
future
know it.
I can see.
See?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
That's so right.
Ash,
Give me the Cheers.
You could gaze into the future. You might think life would be a breeze. Seeing trouble from a distance, yeah.
never heard that in my life.
but it's not that easy.
You didn't even get to the chorus.
Yeah.
It's the best
I
part.
bet they say "That's So Raven."
Yeah.
Many times.
So let them.
Oh, yeah, it's got a rap verse.
I forgot about the rap
Oh my God! Get
You're
to it
stealing from
already.
Uncle Baby Billy.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like a 2-minute theme song. It's a really long theme song.
So they spun off that, or at least the actor, maybe not a spin-off, but they took that kid and he was Corey in the house, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I remember my kids watching that.
Kyle Massey?
Massey.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
I didn't know he was from there. Anyway. Yeah. Okay. Well, congratulations.
I love a theme song, man. I wish there's some things that we'll never get back, but I'm glad I lived in a time where theme songs were a thing. Like sometimes when I'm feeling down, sometimes I'll play the Reading Rainbow theme song or the Parker's theme song.
Take a look. It's in a book.
I
It
bought
makes
him
you
a
feel
book
better?
he won't take a look in.
Yeah, right.
Well, maybe if it came with a theme song, maybe if Jared Kushner was singing to me, then I would probably read it.
FaceTime me when you pick up the Jared Kushner book to read it next time.
And make up a theme song.
I will. I'll
Yeah.
be like, Jared Kushner books.
Who sold out his country for $4 billion in Saudi money?
Jared
Kushner did.
books.
I think that's a little...
JK. Hey. Do the Cheers theme song.
Well, that's probably in here, right? The
Yeah,
Cheers
that's-
theme song. Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot.
Wouldn't you like to get away? Yeah.
Dude, I watched Cheers when my ex and I were breaking up.
I don't think
so. When
Bill
I hear
wants you to talk over it.
well, I'm going to.
I think. Do you know the name of the guy who did it? Because back in the day, these guys were like guys who wrote pop songs. A guy named Gary Portnoy wrote this and sang it. And he was writing songs for other people. And this was the biggest song he ever did. He wrote Say Goodnight for Dolly Parton. He wrote I'll Never Get Enough of You for Air Supply. This guy was writing tons of songs for people. That's how he made his living. But he wrote, guess what else he wrote, Bill? He wrote the Mr. Belvedere theme song that Leon Redbone.
Streaks on the China, never met before. Who can?
Yeah.
When my ex and I's relationship were falling apart, we were rarely in the same room together. So like if he was watching TV upstairs, I would go into the basement and I found Cheers and I was like, I'll binge watch this new show. And so just hearing that play like that, I was like, oh man, this was such a
It has the opposite
sad
effect.
time in my
Right.
life.
It has the
really
opposite
was.
effect for you.
Because I stopped watching it when I moved out. I didn't have any streaming services or like anything like that. So when I moved out, I never watched it again. So I made it through like the first 3 seasons while I was just deeply depressed from calling off a wedding. And then I didn't realize I had never turned that show back on. And then you played that just now and I was like, whew, I felt myself in the basement again.
Like you started getting
laying
goosebumps,
around.
didn't you? Yeah.
Not goosebumps, but like, damn, I was really sad when I was listening to this.
Now this one slaps.
Streaks on the China, never mattered before. Who
God,
cares?
they get this version from
when you
underwater?
drop-kicked your jacket as you came through the door? No one glared, but sometimes things get turned around and no one spared. All hands look out below.
Oh, God, it sounds terrible. That version of Mr. Belvedere. Anyway.
Living the good life, yeah.
You want to talk about somebody who never came out, Poundcake, was the guy that played Mr. Belvedere. I don't know how the actor's name was Christopher Hewitt, and he was a British guy, and he never came out, but he was kind of widely recognized to have been a gay man. He was a devout Catholic and lifelong bachelor.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, and that's...
Wink, wink.
I have nothing but respect for those people because it's way harder to stay in the closet than to actually come out. So that's a sacrifice. That is a sacrifice. If you're not living your truth, you're sacrificing your truth.
Oh, no doubt. But yeah, because you figure back then, that was the age of AIDS, right? So it's like that was a time where if you had come out, everybody was like, "Oh, he immediately is sick," or what? Yeah. So, I'm gonna take a break. If you want to get those Vampire Weekend tickets, they're doing Blossom this summer with Cults, great band. So if you want to go, I have one more pair of tickets to give to you. That show is September 19th. More into the fall, really. And we'll hand those off coming back. 35192. Want to text me for anything else?
iHeart, are you ready? Our 2024 iHeartRadio.
Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search Classic Hard Rock. Free never sounded so good.
We're giving stuff away with the Alan Cox Show. Yeah, we're giving stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go see Vampire Weekend. They're on the Only God Was Above Us tour. I think it's the new album. They got special guest Cults, great band, on the Cleveland stop. It's going to be at Blossom on Thursday, September the 19th. LiveNation.com has got all the pertinent details for you. But I have one pair of tickets for you left this week. Vampire Weekend. Right before an actual weekend. Caller 10, good luck, you'll get this pair. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox.
The sort of man we used to describe at school as a complete prick.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
Well, she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. I tell you, I hadn't hurt this much in darn near 20 years. It felt just like a mule that kicked me right between my ears. When she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. There was a time when I believed that she belonged to me. She told me that I was the only one she'd ever need. That was before this trucker came and took her for a ride. Now there's nothing I can do to keep her satisfied. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew there was something wrong. Suddenly she'd get headaches every time we were alone. When she finally told me we were downtown at the mall, and it hit me like a ton of bricks, and I thought for sure I'd fall. Well, she broke my heart in Walgreens, and I cried all the way to Sears. I tell you, I had...
Well, Walgreens back in the news, finally for something good. CVS and Walgreens have announced, at least in states that where it's legal, states where they're not trying to turn everything into the Handmaid's Tale, CVS and Walgreens are going to start stocking mifepristone, which is one of the abortion pills that will expand access for women in those states. You'll be able to walk right into CVS and Walgreens and exercise control over your own body. I don't know that Ohio is one of those states.
I doubt it.
But Mary, of course, living in New York, people in Pennsylvania, our bureau chiefs in Massachusetts, California, Illinois, all the Walgreens and CVS stores. CVS will do it in all Rhode Island and Massachusetts pharmacies. Of course, there are states that are trying to turn the clock back, 300 years.
Is it going to be on the shelves or behind the pharmacy?
On the shelves.
Wow.
Yep.
That's
We'll
going to get
grab some.
stolen.
Huh?
That's going to get stolen.
Yeah. So
They're going to have to lock it up or something.
Well, yeah.
I'm sure they will, yeah.
They'll keep, Jesus, they checked my ID the other day when I was getting cough
Cold
drops.
medicine, yeah.
Yeah. So that's good news for women who don't want to live in a theocracy, that will be available. Again, I don't think that Ohio doesn't feel like
women
one of
want to
those.
live in a sheocracy, right?
Yeah!
You guys like that.
And so they're looking at other states where it's kind of, on the bubble. I mean, there's a court today in Montana that said that the laws they're trying to pass restricting abortion rights are unconstitutional. And that's big sky country. So that's going on there, and that's good news. Well, speaking of kids, somebody emailed me, and the subject line just said, did Donnie have a kid? Donnie, our old intern, who checks in from time to time, the last time we talked to him, and we kind of, over the years, we figured out what that pattern is, right? When he's kind of in a bad way, he doesn't check in with us. He's had his struggles with substances, with alcohol, with loose women. And so he's kind of off. He's been in, I think, the Charlotte area for some time now. Last time he talked to us was the first time in a while. I feel like a couple of years maybe. And he's doing much better. He said he did get fat, but whatever, right? He's got a job. He's gainfully employed. But a segment from many years ago that will show up on the Sum Up shows every so often is when he's got a misspelled tattoo. And he was trying to get the abandon hope all ye who enter here tattoo. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And the tattoo artist misspelled, it was at Abaddon or something.
Abandon.
Abandon all ye who ye enter ye. Right. So.
Poor Donnie.
I know. Listen, you got to double check with your tattoo. Unless he gave it to the guy and said, put this on me. Or girl.
He's the guy that trained me.
Right.
He trained me.
Explains a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but, well, I guess Donnie said he didn't read Erica's handbook. Erica had painstakingly created a handbook.
Intern handbook?
Intern handbook.
I didn't see this handbook.
No, because by the time you got around, it was, I thought she showed it to you.
I don't remember.
All right.
That.
Well, clearly not.
I was like, this is easily 8 years ago.
Yeah. And, to her credit, it wasn't something that I would think would have been that complex, but I think she was doing it to
Her number one rule was to not bother Alan.
Well, no. My only rule on the show was don't make my job harder. That's right. And so that was the mantra. Technically, remains the mantra to this day. But anyway, I got a letter from Ron. He and his wife are driving to Cincinnati, and he was scrolling around. And, you see those most common baby names. And he found something that was a list of the worst baby names that had shown up online for boys and girls. And the reason he sent that to me was because Abaddon was one of the boys' names. And I'm like, well, maybe they were like a budding Satanist or something. That sounds vaguely nefarious. But there's some great names on here. I'd like to really show you the list. Let me see if I can. And I've got it, but I kind of want to show it to you rather than just read it to you. I can't find it. Anyway, I'll read it to you because it's a pretty good list. Cletus.
I like a baby Cletus.
Zoe, Chloe. You like a what?
A baby Cletus.
Baby. Yeah, and again, I mean, kids' names are, it's all relative. I mean, unless you're trying to name your kid Hitler or something, like, who cares if you name
Cletus?
Huh?
But a Cletus, that kid's going to come out with a Roth IRA. Like, you can't have a child named Cletus.
A Roth IRA? What does that mean? What?
He's already prepared for adulthood with a name
No,
like
Cletus is a
That's like a Hillrod name. Yeah, Cletus.
Like a dirty hillbilly.
Yeah.
I know Cletuses, and they're not. Well,
You
I guess they
don't know a single
I have
Cletus.
family members named Cletus.
And you're trying to say Cletus is a blue blood name? You don't have blue bloods in your family.
It's like a
Before
white collar name.
Before what's it called? Simpsons. I know his name's Cletus, but then also what's the Eddie Murphy movie where he plays all the parts?
Norbit?
No, the original one.
Oh.
The fat Professor Clump.
Yeah, the Clumps.
No, the first one. What's it called? Nutty
The
Professor.
Nutty Professor, yeah.
The grandma's talking crap to the grandpa, and she's like taking off her earrings. She's like, "Come on, Cletus, come on, no, come on, Cletus." That's the only other reference I have for a Cletus.
I think
That's still after The Simpsons.
I'm saying those two.
Those two, yeah.
Yeah.
I want to find this so I can show it to you. Okay, well, anyway, Cletus is on there. Danger for boys. Now, some of these you will recognize as celebrity child names, which makes them kind of ridiculous in a lot of ways. Like, for instance, Jason Lee famously named his kid Pilot Inspector. Or was that Jonathan Davis? Jonathan Davis from Korn named his kid some weird thing, and then Jason Lee named his kid a weird. I think Pilot Inspector might be Jonathan Davis.
I think Pilot Inspector's Jason Lee.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, Inspector is on here. Ebola with an H on the end for a boy. Now, that to me seems to be a genderless name, right? If you can have an H on the end, it's a lovely name for a girl. This is our daughter, Ebola. I mean, it's something that doesn't show up very often on this
No one's
side
trying
of
to
the
get into her
pond.
pants, that's for sure.
Now, I'm setting you up because the girls' list is way better than the boys, but I'm just going down the boys first. Jedi, Lucifer, Spartacus, Abaddon, Champ on this list of worst names. Now, the girls' names are pretty great.
Champ is a dog name.
Well, technically any name is a dog name, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Cletus is a dog name. Would you name your dog Pilot Inspector?
No, I wouldn't
Because
name
that's
anything that.
Oh, okay. Because that's the real test. Naming your dog Pilot Inspector. So the girls' names, they said that these are the worst names that are showing up for girls. Now, again, this can't be a list of names that are showing up so frequently. I think that they just are names that have popped up and people don't like them. Appaloosa.
Appaloosa.
Now, do you know what Appaloosa is?
It sounds like a city.
Sounds like an apple that got away.
It is a horse, technically. You know when Poundcake does his horse impression? When he does animals? Right. Appaloosa is technically a horse, but a girl's name, A Miracle. A-H and then Miracle. I like that.
Man.
I like... You've heard of Beverly, right? This is Beverly.
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 That's like
Beverly.
Beverly is Buddy's sister. It's her brother and a sister named Beverly.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
That's maybe why it sounded so familiar.
It sounds familiar. I talked about her before. That's my widowed sister, Beverly. She born on March 14th. Her birthday coming up.
So when you two were little,
Yeah.
you'd call her Beverly.
That's her name. On a birth certificate, it said Beverly.
Okay.
She likes corn.
She likes corn.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
The band.
Oh, Pilot Inspector. No, it sounds like a name Poundcake would come up with.
That is,
All of these are going to sound like names he comes up with because they're great.
Well, it sounds like, because I used to call the devil. So I can relate to
devil.
this. So I probably thought her name was Beverly.
Beverly.
And Beverly. It's Beverly. Yeah, Beverly. That's what I said, bitch.
It's always bitch. Why is it
Beverly.
always
That's
bitch?
what he likes.
At a young age, it's a term of endearment.
It's a what?
Term of endearment.
Now the next one is Boom Queefa, and that's pretty good too.
Boom Queefa.
Terrible girls' names list. Boom BOOMQUIFA. Boom Queefa.
Bon Queequee is
I was
next.
just gonna say that was Mad TV, wasn't it? Bone Queequee.
Yeah, it sounds pretty familiar.
Chicken Phoenicia. Watermelon Tram.
Boom Queefa. You're not going to top that name.
Uncompetable.
That is an uncompetable name.
Uncompetable.
Chardonnay. Someone put an R in Elizabeth, so it's Elizabeth.
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 You're naming all my cousins now.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, Beverly. That's a family reunion.
People are just getting lazy and just putting the lisp in there.
But it's
we know
not-
people are going to mispronounce it, so let's just put the lisp in
Well,
there.
there's no lisp. Elizabeth. They put an R in. Elizabeth.
They're just getting creative.
Yes.
There's
Can't have a bad name if you don't get creative.
People are constantly trying to come up with new ways. You know, we were talking about last week. I said people are desperate for ways to stand out, and there are people who aren't
a good way.
aren't inherently talented in any way. So they're like, I'm going to make myself interesting to look at. I'm going to take a perfectly normal name and spell it a wild way. You know,
You're not setting your child up for success. That name is not going to be on a door or a parking spot. Like
But
that's
times
not a CEO
change.
name. Bon Queefa parking
No,
spot.
wait,
if
you don't know?
If you start the trend, though, you're going to feel
Yeah.
real good about it.
CEO Bon Queefa Alizé. Like what?
You say that now, but I'm sure back in the day people were like, Jenny? What the hell is Jenny?
Well, I think
What is
Jennifer,
Jennifer?
They go
Well,
by
yeah,
a middle
but-
name or they shorten it. It's like instead if it was Bon Queefa, they'd be like Quee or something.
But every name sounds weird until a lot of people start having it. So if Boom Queefa takes off,
Well, listen,
Which I hope it does.
me too.
I mean, I
Let's
didn't.
turn that frown upside down on the worst baby names list. Boom Queefa, Chardonnay, Elizabeth. I'm Unique, which is I apostrophe and then Munique, like Monique, but with a U instead of an O. I'm Unique. I like that. L'Oreal. I mean, you're going to get sued for that probably. Maybelline,
I don't
that's
think
in
you
there.
can sue
You can't
them
do that. That's a name.
once it's a name.
Yeah, but L'Oreal.
Now, if her middle name was Copyright, that'd be pretty lit. L'Oreal Copyright.
What's the surname?
Infringement.
My name's L'Oreal Infringement. Now you're going to see that on a door. And then the last name on the list is Vajonica.
Vajonica.
V-E, not V-A-G. Me too. Vajonica, like Veronica, but a
with a
J
J.
instead of an R. You're right. Vajonica. So they do all sound like names that Poundcake came up with, and he usually comes up with some great names. So maybe there's a couple of arrows there to put in your quiver, Cody.
Okay.
A Miracle, Beverly. I think Boom Queefa might be taking the
Boom
gold
Queefa's
there.
amazing.
I thought Elizabeth was the best one, but Boom Queefa, the more I hear it, it really does roll off the tongue.
Lesbiana.
Well, yeah, that. But again, until multiple people start having the name, every name sounds weird. You don't think Mary sounded strange the first time
First
somebody
name
said
in the
it?
book, baby.
Yeah.
Just kidding. It was Eve. But you get what I'm saying. You get it.
Uh-huh. I do get it. Somebody, we're talking about sitcom themes last break. Somebody was listening on the iHeartRadio app and sent a Mary theme.
Ooh.
Do you want to hear a Mary theme?
Sure.
Here's Mary's sitcom theme.
It's Nirvana.
Mary's back in town, hoping that her boyfriend's not around. Hey, little love, you hear what I'm saying? Up all night while you keeping me waiting. Mary's back in town.
I didn't get the middle part there.
He
Yeah,
said
it's a
Mary's
little
back in town
overmodulated.
hoping her boyfriend's not around. Something about keeping me up all night waiting.
Yeah, I don't get that part.
I don't either.
Yeah. Hoping her boyfriend's not around.
I don't know what any of that means.
Yeah.
Why is
Well,
that
listen.
my theme song?
Huh?
So why is that my theme song?
Because, I don't know, you need another
You put
theme
your
song.
name in it.
Yeah.
Weird.
Mary's already got a theme song.
I do have a theme song. I have several. What can I say? I need a new Fish Detective theme song. I have my horse cop. What am I? A lawyer? I have my my lawyer theme song.
In the West, yep.
Oh, right. Everybody loves Mare.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Yeah, someone wants to make me a Fish Detective theme song, not some weird innuendo messages.
Santora. Fish Detective.
Well, Poundcake already
There
did
you
it
go.
for him. Yep, he already blew his
There you
wad.
go.
She's not your average lawyer, but she is very hot. She knows how to cook up on her hot and steamy pot. With her horse, you know she likes to ride him everywhere. Look out for this pioneer, everybody loves Mare. Everyone says that she's the greatest lawyer in the West. And every day she likes to dress up in her Sunday best. When there's trouble in the West, you better call her if you dare. Look out for this pioneer, everybody loves Mare. Look out for this pioneer, everybody loves Mare. Yeehaw!
Oh, got me in the front butt.
What do you think the odds are that Darnell's dead?
He just called like a month ago, didn't
No, he did not.
Was it longer than
He
that?
hasn't called in a long time.
he? I felt like
think
he
he's fine.
called recently to
He
say I'm not
called-
dead.
He called when we were at Oak Tree, I think.
No.
No, he called since
He's
we've
called
been here
since we've
once.
been here.
That doesn't mean he's not dead.
Would he know?
I'm sorry?
Would he
Would
know?
he know if he was dead?
He's probably
I'm,
wakes up.
yeah,
and he's
because like I went towards the light.
I was like, yeah,
No,
I can't
he
see
wouldn't, but
anything.
neither would me. Neither would we. I don't want another Rick situation on our hands. We don't know what's going on. And he lives with his grandparents who were like infirmed. So again, it's
they
not
might
like
be dead.
Yeah, but we're also not going to have any. We don't have any mutual. Well, Jenna knows him.
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
She calls every day. Ask her.
Oh God.
Yeah, give her a talk back call. Leave a message on her voicemail. See how she
Yeah.
likes it. Bitch, you know Darnell.
They go, hey, how's Darnell doing? Yeah, she's still out there.
Yeah, did she friend zone Darnell or did they used to date?
No, I think she just knows him because they're both in the
both blind,
mentally
yeah.
challenged. Well, not, I mean, they're both in the disabled musical community. I'm sorry, the physically challenged, the disabled musical community. So yeah, no, I don't know. You know, I'm so I was so traumatized by the Rick thing that it always makes me nervous. As long as this show has been on in Cleveland, obviously there's going to be some attrition. We lost Drunk Mike Jr. We lost, I'm almost positive we lost, oh God, who was the lady who used to call all the time, actually Becky or?
AKA Becky?
AKA
She
Becky.
didn't like me.
Well,
she didn't die.
She hated my guts, and then she didn't like you, and then, but like
she just stopped listening. She didn't die.
Mary, people don't stop listening.
I was gonna say that I find that rare.
They hate listen. Maybe we have a ton of hate listening going on, but you might be right.
Yeah, because
I would rather have that than have her be dead.
When I first,
actually no, I'd rather have you be dead than not listen. I screwed that up. What?
When I first started the show, I thought AKA Becky and Drunk Sue were the same person. I thought AKA Becky was sober Drunk Sue. So I'm like, oh, this is just Drunk Sue calling. Wow, she's sober Sue. But
yeah, I think a lot of people thought that initially, but
yeah,
that's why we had to delineate.
Yeah, so I found out they were two separate people, and yeah, you're right. She did kind of just fall off. I didn't hear from her.
Just like
Never heard
her
from
toe.
in like half a decade. Like I want to say like 5 years.
No,
yeah, that's half a decade.
She was calling when I first replaced Erica, and every time she called, it was how much she hated me, and she wished Erica would come back. I felt like that lasted for at least like through COVID.
But Mary, you I don't think through COVID, but you have been on the show
Yeah, I don't
almost
think
like
we
5
heard
years.
From her after COVID. I think COVID, because she was like losing fingers and toes. She was in bad health.
Things were falling off.
Leprosy?
I'm sorry?
Was it leprosy?
Oh, I don't know about that. Hansen's disease? I don't know what she had. Yeah.
I lost my toe.
That's where I got the name. I've got to take a break here. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down is going to be live and in color very shortly. It's how you begin the weekend officially around these parts. If you want to send a text for something, 35192. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Win a pair of tickets to see Creed when WMMS presents the Are You Ready Tour with 3 Doors Down and Mammoth W. Enjoy it in cereal, coffee, smoothies, or by the glass. Pick it up in your local grocery store today.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Cox. Cox. Is that with an X? Yes.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, not long now. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down is directly ahead of us. That's how we get the weekend going officially around these parts.
And what a weekend it's going to be. We got the Mini Hoops Challenge brought to you by Bud Light.
Oh, my goodness. That Mini Hoops Bud Light Challenge begins tonight. Bill and I are out.
In just over an hour.
All through the month of March. He's doing the first one tonight. He's going to be at Rookies in Parma Heights from 7 to 9. I will be out at the Brew Garden in Middleburg Heights tomorrow from 6 to 8.
Brittany, where am I going to be tonight?
You're going to be out playing a hoops game.
What bar?
I don't remember.
Is your sister coming?
My sister Babel.
Beverly?
Beverly?
My sister Babel.
Rookies.
At Wookiees. You're going to be at Wookiees.
No, Rookies.
Wookiees.
That's what she's saying, I'm pretty sure.
Rookies.
Wookiees.
That's what it is?
Yes. I'm going to be at Wookiees.
Yeah, all of the locations, though, because we're doing a bunch of them between tonight and the finals on the 23rd of this month. Go to WMMS.com, hit the contest page there, and you'll see the whole entire schedule of where we'll be. He'll be out on Thursdays and Fridays. I'll be out every Saturday in March. And the grand prize is we get 2 winners each appearance. One person takes the whole thing and goes to rep Northeast Ohio at the finals in Vegas. And then one person wins $10,000 in the Bud Light Mini Hoops Challenge. So tonight, 7 to 9, the inaugural with Bill at where?
Wookiees.
Rookies.
Wookiees.
Rookies.
Yes.
Cavs play tonight. They are in Detroit to play the Pistons. 7 o'clock tip-off here on MMS. 6:30 is when the pregame will start up. Live from the Little Caesars Arena. I ran into my old boss from Detroit this morning. He was here. Did you meet him? Did you meet Tony?
No, he didn't say anything to me.
We always have these...
I just saw him in a meeting. I imagine that's who was in the meeting with the other Muckaties.
Muckety Mucks, yeah. He's one of our new...
I say Muckaties for short because I feel like the Muckety Mucks is implied.
Yeah, okay.
Save time. You know?
Yeah, word economy. Yep. Yeah, we have these, programming vice presidents who come through, and they handle a handful of different markets, and obviously Cleveland is one of them. And the person who used to come through was my old boss in Pittsburgh. The new guy was my old boss when I was on in Detroit. And so I hadn't talked to him for a minute, and we were catching up, and he's a good dude. It was fun to talk to him.
Oh, good.
I mean, he's a nice guy. He's smart. He knows what he's doing. There's a lot of people in this company who don't really know what they're doing. Fortunately, we have...
Why would you talk about Rob like that?
Not Rob.
Why would you throw Rob under the bus? Why would you specifically say Rob doesn't know what he's doing?
No. 5:55. So Cavs, Pistons, tonight, downtown Motor City. Pistons, whichever way it goes, they've hit a nice round number. They'll either get their 10th win or their 50th loss.
That's cute.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Drunk Sue.
Hey, baby.
What's going on? We just mentioned you, Drunk Sue.
I know. I heard my cage getting rattled.
Your ears were burning, you mean?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. How you guys been?
Good. We've been great. How are you?
Good. I'm all right. Yeah. I had a couple trips here to the good old TM Mercy Hospital here. But
for checkups or for something new?
Oh, once it was 11 days, and once it was 5.
Wait, recently?
Yeah.
Sue, what's going on
once
with you?
in January and once in February. Oh, my legs look like elephant legs, dude. They got like infected or something.
Oh, you got
all
sepsis?
swelled up. No, it was cellulitis or something like that.
Oh, okay. The too much fat collecting, or what's going on there? You had
too much water, or I don't know, but it got infected or something, and I didn't have any cuts or nothing, so I don't know. So I had to take a
that's no good.
bunch of antibiotics. Yeah. Ah, well, I beat it again.
Well,
so.
that is a skin thing. You should consult with Poundcake. You know, he's immunocompromised because of his psoriasis.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You guys could be kvetching over the same thing.
Psoriasis.
Could be.
And so, are you back at home?
I haven't talked to you like in 3 weeks.
Well, yeah, you've been laid up in the hospital.
Well, not all the time.
No, but you said 2 weeks in February and 3 weeks in January.
Well, yeah, no, 11 days in January and 5 in February.
Okay, well, that's 16 days total, yeah.
Yeah.
They were both for the same thing?
Yeah.
Wow. Did they?
Yeah, well, the first time, my legs were swelled up pretty bad, but not as bad as they were the second time. But then I had the flu, which was turning into pneumonia.
Yeah.
My oxygen level was ridiculously low because my skin even started turning a little bit gray.
Oh, Jesus. You know, Sue, we talk about this all the time, and I am concerned for the people of, shall we say, less than pristine health, who are, regulars on this show. How I really don't want to find myself in another Rick situation. How are we going to find out when you pass?
Well, first off, I have left direct orders for you to be called.
That's what I like to hear. Who will be making that unfortunate call?
My best friend, Lisa.
Okay. I've met Lisa, yes?
Yes, you have.
Okay.
At that toy drive over there at the Verizon.
That's
on
right. 100
Belden
years
Village,
ago in Canton, yes. Okay, so Lisa, it's on her to-do list when Drunk Sue crosses the Rainbow Bridge to call AC and
when
let me know.
I shed this mortal coil.
There you go. That's right. When your legs won't walk no more. So Lisa will call me, okay?
Yeah, no, you'll know. But don't worry, I ain't got. God has got a plan for me, dude, because he keeps bringing me back.
It's not true, but you are tough as nails, Sue.
You bet I am.
Yeah.
You best to believe it.
I do. Boy, I mean.
He's got a plan for me, man.
Well,
I mean,
again,
they
no,
told
but.
They told me the first time I was in ICU for a while.
I would think that if God had a plan for you, he'd want you in better shape.
Well, yeah, but like maybe he's just trying to rattle my cage and tell me, hey, wake up.
Ah. I see. Okay. Well, listen.
I'll bring it to the edge, but you better work your way back.
Gotcha.
You never know.
All right. Well, listen.
They got a plan. I'm not done yet.
No, clearly you're not. All right. Are the legs getting better?
Yeah, they're pretty good right now.
All right. But I mean, you're not going to be doing the Boston Marathon anytime soon.
I ain't going to do the Boston Marathon ever.
All right. As part of that, do they constantly
I
harp?
wouldn't do that if I was 25 and healthy. Are you kidding me?
Do they harp on you to curb your alcohol consumption?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. And do you take their advice?
Sometimes.
That's my girl. She's gonna live her life on her terms, and she's gonna go out on.
Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to move.
That's right.
Love it. I
Well,
love
yeah,
it.
I do too.
It's inspiring. It really
right.
is.
I mean, I don't believe in God, but that doesn't mean he ain't real or she ain't real. And maybe they do have a plan for Drunk Sue. Wow. Maybe Drunk Sue will restore my faith. Who knows? Okay. Well, listen. You got big plans for the weekend, Sue?
No. I got big plans for next weekend.
What's next weekend?
I get to turn my clocks forward.
Oh, right. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, it's the little things that count, man.
Right. Yeah, 1 hour closer to death, right? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well,
and then right after that, what's coming up right after that?
St. Patrick's
Rubens,
Day.
Baby.
Rubens.
Rubens.
Right. Careful, okay?
You betcha.
All right.
All right.
Drunk
See
Sue,
ya.
who's out there with them pachyderm pins and trying to make things happen, trying to keep herself healthy, trying to
Sue.
maintain her verticality.
Sue.
Cellulitis.
Sue.
Why?
Yeah, so people, when we get on those conversations about who in the audience might have passed, people will invariably text me, have you guys heard from Drunk Sue recently? And she was on hold during the last break, and I was able to text one person back. She's on hold as we speak. So tear down your Santeria shrine. She's fine. Well, I mean, fine is a relative term, but Alan, how the hell did Sue outlive Rick? This is what I'm saying. We didn't know anything about Rick's health condition, right?
He was real tight-lipped on everything.
Yes, and that was part of his charm.
Mm-hmm.
Part of Drunk Sue's is we are well-versed on what's going on with her, and that's just fine. I'll take a little from column A and a little from column B. Alan Brittany's voice makes it move for me.
Oh, you got a will fetish?
Got a
little
what?
Sexual?
No, Brittany does do some phone sex in the past, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God, really?
I don't think I can say those words.
Oh, no, not here, please.
You know where you
No.
can find them? Hillbilly Bougie.
I've never heard of it. What
It's
is
a
that?
comedy album. I tell jokes.
You tell jokes?
No, Mary Santora tells the
Don't know her
jokes.
either.
Who's Mary Santora?
Wow.
Look up Mary Santora. Actually, today's Bandcamp Friday, so if you want to buy her album online, she gets 100% of the profits. But she had a whole joke about me doing phone sex.
And that's kind of offensive.
No, I told her she can do it.
Wow.
I signed the papers.
Where's Bill going to be tonight?
Doesn't matter. Wookiees.
Rookies.
What?
Rookies.
Rookies.
Oh.
Wookiees.
Rookies.
Wookiees.
Rookies.
Wookiees. You're gonna have French fries.
And then tomorrow, where am I gonna be?
Where will it be?
In what bar?
Garage bar.
No, garage bar.
Yeah, garage bar.
Alan, a.k.a. Becky, didn't like Poundcake because she saw a lot of Poundcake in her own son.
That's right.
And took it out on our own Healthful Brown.
I forgot about that.
Right? She had a gay son, and she was very upset with that. I think she was some Jesus person or something.
Yeah.
That always works out. Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
forgot.
she didn't like 3/4 of the show.
Correct.
Who did she like?
Loved Bill.
I guess you.
Did she? I remember her liking me.
Hated me. Didn't like
She
Mary.
really didn't like me.
Why she would like me?
She was by proxy. She didn't care for Poundcake. Now what are you gonna do? You can leave us messages anytime you like. Our after hours line with the weekend coming up. This thing will be full by Monday morning. 216-986-8903.
Alan, hey, Ryan, podcast listener. I was on a cruise last month, and Mike Paramore was there. I had somebody go in the back, and I say, hey, Alan Cox is here. He came running out within 5 seconds, and he's looking around for you. I said, no, hey, Mike, just a fan of the Alan Cox Show. He goes, oh, you son of a bitch. It was pretty funny. But he told me to tell you he says hi.
Oh, God, what a bait and switch. Can you imagine that? Poor Mike Paramore is out there doing comedy on a cruise. This dude, go tell him that, and he walks out and sees this guy.
Yeah. Like, what the hell?
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, what a relief, but still.
Playing a little trick on you. Oh, boy, that's fun. This guy. Hey, will you go back there and tell him, guys, not here, this is...
That's a fake laugh.
It's real.
I'm sorry? I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's do it.
I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Where's Bill going to be tonight?
Wookiees.
Rookies.
I'm not doing it anymore.
All All right, as promised, it's the Bill Squire Friday Get Down in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS. It's how we begin the weekend. Take it away, will you?
It's Friday! You gotta get down on Friday, get the rookies, and hang out with Bill Squire for the Bud Light Mini Hoops Challenge. Shoot some hoops, drink some beers, mini hooper, mini hooper, mini hooper. It's Friday!
Wow, how about that? Congratulations. That'll get Drunk Sue up and running around like Grandpa and Willy Wonka. All right, well, the weekend's officially underway, so go do what you got to do. If you want to get the last word in, you want to shoot me a text. 35192. Cavs tonight in Detroit. 7 o'clock tip-off against the Pistons, so 6:30 minutes away from that pregame on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is former Notre Dame quarterback Brady Quinn. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Progressive Insurance.
The Cavaliers will visit the Pistons tonight, hoping to rebound from Wednesday's loss to the Bulls. Donovan Mitchell and Karis LeVert are questionable with injuries. It's Cactus League After Dark for the Guardians tonight. They visit the Dodgers in Glendale. Carlos Carrasco starts on the mound. And Iowa prosecutors dropped gambling charges against 4 Iowa State athletes after learning investigators went too far in tracking mobile betting apps. I'm Scott Davidson.
Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Ever wonder what's around the next corner? Past the trees. Into the canyons. Over the mountains. Or through the desert. That's where adventure lives. Take a Nissan SUV and go find it.
Let's listen in on a modern-day marriage proposal. The players lift their smartphones. The young man pledges his true love to the woman of his dreams. She accepts. They exchange kissing emojis. There are some hearts. Very nice. Well, look at this. He's putting his phone down. I don't believe it. He's got a box from Diamonds Direct. Well, now she puts her phone down. Oh, unbelievable. That, folks, shows how special a diamond from Diamonds Direct is. 2 people have put their phones down. He slips the Diamonds Direct diamond on her finger. She kisses him. Human contact, ladies and gentlemen. Who knew a Diamonds Direct diamond was capable of revolutionizing the virtual universe? And look at this. Her phone is ringing and she's still looking at her Diamonds Direct diamond. Oh, what's next? Tweets from actual birds? Amazing things really do happen when you give her a diamond from Diamonds Direct. Come in today and see how we can help you download real emotion. Details, store hours, and more at diamondsdirect.com. Your love, our passion.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long. And with Babbel, it isn't hard. It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Looking for a career you'll love with flexibility, great pay, and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces? Come join our growing team at Progressive Insurance. Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today.
Tired of overpaying for wireless with Verizon? Now you can put T-Mobile to the test for free. T-Mobile's Network Pass lets you test drive America's largest 5G network for 3 months while you keep your current phone and carrier. Get real-time stats and see how T-Mobile's coverage stacks up against Verizon. Plus, families and small businesses can save up to 20% versus Verizon when they switch. At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose between a great network and a great price. You get both. See for yourself with our no-strings-attached 3-month free trial. Download the T-Mobile app to get started today or visit our store to learn more.
Once you're out per user, compatible unlock 5G device required. Plan savings with T-Mobile third line free on Essentials or Go 5G Plus via monthly bill credits versus comparable available plans. Plan features and taxes and fees may vary. Credits stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Mason's football game is about to start. How am I going to cheer him on with this sore throat?
Try these. Mucinex InstaSoothe drops are uniquely formulated for rapid relief that lasts and lasts.
Well then, game on.
Mucinex InstaSoothe sore throat medicated drops. Buy now at your favorite retailer. Use it directly.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
The Cleveland Auto Show is back February 23rd through March 3rd at the IX Center. Experience all of the hottest cars, trucks, and SUVs all in one spot. Enter to win a 2024 Buick Envista. Buy tickets at clevelandautoshow.com.
Stained returns live in concert.
It's been a while.
Friday, May 17th, MGM Northfield Park. Stained. Stained brings you an epic performance. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
I'm on the outside.
More at Stained.com.
This is NASCAR driver Tony Breidinger, inviting you to make a pit stop at Raising Cane's for my favorite craveable chicken fingers. Turbocharge your order and get it even faster when you order online or with the Raising Cane's app. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, one love. Raising Cane's is not affiliated with NASCAR.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard. It's perfect.
Now try Babbel free. Just go to Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if you were injured on the job, call the attorneys at Elk and Elk, 1-800-ELK, Ohio. An accident on East 116th Street between Euclid and Mayfield. Elsewhere, accidents being cleared. Buckeye at East 115th Street, Broadview and Pearl Roads. Snow Road near West 130th Street. Fire crews battling a structure fire at Prospect and East 18th Street. Jackie Robertson, the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by COSI, Center of Science and Industry.
Transport yourself back in time and explore the fascinating story of the Titanic's maiden voyage. Coming to COSI March 9th. Don't miss Titanic, the Artifact Exhibition, featuring over 350 artifacts recovered from the ocean floor. Tickets on sale now. Book your voyage at cosi.org.
Hi, I'm Ed Zitron, host of the Better Offline podcast. I've been both a tech writer and tech executive for 15 years, and I've seen this industry grow from a bunch of dorks building things in their garage into a multi-trillion-dollar behemoth that has monetized every corner of our lives. Better Offline is a podcast where I'll lead you through the good, the bad, and the stupid of the tech industry.